darkness. Complete and utter darkness. I was alone. No Seraph to whisk me away, and no dreamland to frolic within. I succumbed to a feeling of emptiness. He'd left me in oblivion. No dreams, no emotional connection, nothing. Damn him. Descension. The Rule of Three. Book 2. By Adom Sample. Anaya. Chapter 1. Reality and love faded, as did everything else. I'd been consumed by guilt these last 5 years, and it was always accompanied by a passive depression. I thought I was going nuts. I hadn't been able to dream for the majority of my early 20s. It seemed as if everything I was disappeared that night the Seraph left me. I didn't know who or what I was anymore. Slowly, I was unable to distinguish between real and fantasy. Logic aside, I was convinced the dreams I had were real. What curse or spell had fallen upon me was something I had to ascertain. All that I was, all of it was consumed by darkness. I needed a path to the light again. Going on like this wasn't an option for me. I needed an out. I needed something to help me dream before I did genuinely go insane. "Anaya, hey, are you ready?" said Elizabeth, holding her newborn child. She and Andrew had married just 2 years ago and welcomed a new addition to their family early last month. I was happy for them. Today was my graduation, and I was finally going to have the privilege of putting the letters PhD at the end of my name. Despite this being a day of celebration, I felt so empty. I had suffered this kind for far too long. Being void of emotion had allowed me to put all my efforts into my studies, but now that I was going out into the world, I couldn't disassociate myself any longer. I had to open myself up to people. Somehow. "Earth to Dr. Anaya Myers." Andrew waved his hand in my face to get my attention. Blinking twice, I shook my head and focused on his smiling face. "Did you just refer to me as a doctor?" I chuckled. He straightened my graduation cap and messed up my hair in the process. "You have your doctorates now, so yes, Dr. Myers." He smiled and continued to fiddle with my cap. "Thanks a lot, but..." I smacked his hand away. "Just call me Anaya, as you always have. The day I'm a licensed psychologist is the day you can refer to me as a doctor." In fact, no. Just call me Anaya, even after I'm licensed." I displayed a fake smile to hide the fact that I was hurting inside. I wasn't certain if my friends knew the sudden change in my behavior since that fateful night. 2 years into their relationship, Saya and her boyfriend, Angelo, the man she'd met on that horrific night, had decided to move in together. It was strange because I never knew Saya to fall in love so quickly, especially with a man she'd met in a bar. It seemed as if both of my best friends had found their matches while I was alone as always. And it wasn't by choice. No one I'd met could ever fill the void that was left by that entity who both fulfilled and haunted my dreams. It was funny. I'd chosen a profession to help heal the psychologically damaged. Yet here, I required the most help. Our class marched into the Eagle Bank Arena located on the campus of George Mason University for our commencement ceremony. I waved to my family and friends as they went through a separate entrance to the arena. One of the most exciting days of my life, and here I was, dull and numb to the world around me. My parents' eyes were full of joy, as were Saya's. She'd graduated with her law degree just 2 years before. Elizabeth had quit her job to become a full-time mom, although she told us that she planned to return to the workforce after a few years. I respected her for putting family first. Working in a DC think tank and being the mother to a newborn would put any woman's mind in a stressed state. One life-changing event at a time was my motto. It was too bad, though, that my event 5 years ago never reached its conclusion. If only... Anaya, a voice called. My heart stopped for a fraction of a second, and I almost tripped the whole line of people behind me as we walked to our chairs. "Are you all right?" asked my lab partner, who was walking behind me. He held my shoulders as I gathered my balance. "Yes, I'm fine. I just tripped over my own feet, as I usually do." I faked a smile. We broke off into the rows of chairs and took our seats. The familiarity of the voice floored me. I hadn't heard it in years. Could it be? No, it couldn't. Not now, anyway. Perhaps the excitement of finally finishing 5 long years of grueling academic work was getting to me. I needed to calm myself. The last thing I wanted was to stumble when they called my name to receive my diploma on stage. I looked off onto the balcony and saw my family and friends sitting together. Elizabeth couldn't contain her joy as she kept waving and smiling at me every couple of minutes. Andrew was holding their child, and I couldn't help but to realize right then just how happy they were together. I hope to find happiness like that someday, if only I could feel anything at all. "Anaya, listen to me." The voice sounded closer this time, and more projected. It had to be him, after all these years. But why? Why now? I closed my eyes and breathed sluggishly, but not enough that anyone would notice. If I wasn't insane, and the Seraph had come back, then maybe, finally, I would be able to dream again. Soon, everything stood still, and it felt as if all of reality had ceased to exist. All that remained was me, and the breath that traveled through my lungs and mouth. I was there again, in the place he had left me. "Where have you been?" I said in my mind. The tears in my eyes had to be fought back. I couldn't become an emotional wreck here in front of everyone. Still, it felt so good to be able to feel again. "I did not abandon you purposefully, Anaya. Everyone must abide by the rules, and I am no exception." Sorrow and rage filled my heart. Rules? No word from him in 5 years, and the best he could come up with was fucking rules? You took everything from me. My heart and soul. My ability to dream. I've been a shell for the better part of a decade because of you. A single tear rolled down my cheek. That wasn't my intention. My feelings for you had clouded my judgment. I need to leave. But trust me, Anaya, I in no way knew that my leaving you would result in your emotions being locked away. I apologize deeply for that. I tried to maintain my composure. After years of feeling nothing, to suddenly have my mind and heart flooding with emotion was unsettling. It felt as if I were having a panic attack. "Calm yourself, Anaya. Just breathe it all in," he said. I wanted to kiss and strangle him at the same time. This bastard was responsible for all my ills. I'd never asked for this. "You couldn't have come back at a worse time," I growled. "Have you any idea how much I've suffered because of you?" the College of Humanities and Social Sciences," said our school's dean at the podium. Her voice snapped me out of my trance. Opening my eyes, I looked up and noticed she had a broad smile on her face that was very welcoming. I couldn't deal with this now. Of all times you could have come back, why now? Are you some apparition whose goal is to torment me until I'm driven insane? "Hey, Anaya, what are you doing? Get up, it's our turn," said my lab partner. Looking to the side, I saw my entire row staring at me, wondering if I was going to budge or not. "I'm sorry," I said, wiping my face. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. "Yeah, I'm good." I stood and joined the rest of my class as we walked toward the stage. Saying I was an emotional wreck would be an understatement. We waited in line as the dean called us up one at a time. I knew my eyes were red from the silent crying I was doing, and I hoped the dean wouldn't notice it too much. We'd been close to one another since my second year into my studies, and she'd become somewhat of a mentor to me, especially during my dissertation. I had to get my shit together. "Anaya, I see I've come at a terrible time. I will return. Please forgive me," said the entity. Just then, time stopped. Everything around me shined shades of blue and gold, like the sunset hitting the ocean waves before twilight. It was hypnotic. I exhaled slowly as euphoria enveloped my body. After 5 years of nihilism, I finally felt at peace. "Anaya Myers," said the dean. I smiled, with the emotion to back it up, and walked onto the stage. She handed me a rolled-up paper to signify that I had graduated, shook my hand, told me congratulations, and hooded me. My parents were cheering for me, as were Saya and Elizabeth. I was glad I could enjoy this moment without pretending. This was something I desperately needed. I would thank the Seraph if it weren't his fault to begin with. Either way, I'd thank him for returning my humanity right before I drop-kicked him in the gut. With my symbolic diploma in my right hand and my hood draped over my shoulders, I exited the stage and marched back to my seat after they took my picture a few times. What I feared the most from all this was the possibility of, I didn't even know how to say it, but maybe I'd imagined all this, and the Seraph was nothing more than the onset of schizophrenia. My training would suggest as much. Perhaps I needed to be analyzed to ensure that wasn't the case. Still, that wouldn't explain Marquis' death all those years ago. I'd grown a lot these last 5 years, and I'd learned to explain the paranormal with facts and reason. I had to find out the truth, for my own sake at least. Only then could I see someone about those dreams I'd had 5 years back, as well as the hallucinations. I would confess all that transpired when I first began college. If I was going to make a mark in my profession, then I needed to be honest with myself, that the paranormal and fantastical simply didn't exist. Chapter 2. It isn't the paranormal that you don't believe in, Anaya. It is yourself, said the entity in the back of my mind. It wasn't until I was alone in my room that he returned. My graduation celebration had me exhausted, and all I wanted to do was rest. Maybe I was losing my mind. "You're just a figment of my imagination. Go away," I said aloud. I didn't need this right now. I had to wake up early so I could pack. I'd been accepted into a postdoctoral fellowship program near San Francisco Bay. This was one of the stepping stones for me to sit for my licensing exam, as I needed a certain amount of hours of postdoctoral experience. I couldn't allow this thing to haunt me any longer. "I can prove to you what you're experiencing is real. All you have to do is ask," the entity suggested. This Seraph, aka the crazy voice in the back of my mind, was going to drive me insane. I couldn't be a professional psychologist with voices in my head. Come with me, Anaya. Close your eyes to what is true reality. Letting my logic go for a brief moment, I closed my eyes, and he was there, bright gold as he'd been before. He looked magnificent in all his glory. What do you mean by true reality? I asked. A world beyond your world. Everything you know of physics, astronomy, and philosophy, all of it, is so much more than you could comprehend. Allow me to show you the multiverse and the 10 mirror universes that make up our cluster. Submit to me so that I may show you what is real. He held his hand out to me. I didn't know what to do. This couldn't be real, it just couldn't. I dismissed this illusion and opened my eyes, only to see him standing before me. His skin a bright gold, eyes a beautiful grayish flaxen. Shocked, I took a step back and stumbled onto my bed. Holy shit! I exclaimed. I grabbed a pillow and hoisted it above my head as a weapon. Do not be afraid, Anaya. This is what you wanted, isn't it? To know that I am real and not some figment of your imagination. One moment he was in my head, and the next there he was, standing in front of me. This can't be real. I'm hallucinating. No, I'm dreaming. Does this feel like a dream? He whispered. My body began to glow a mystic white, and a single tear rolled down my right cheek. The feeling, it was... I couldn't explain it. How are you doing this? What are you? I am Sylas Diya, the Seraph of love and desire. For years I wanted to come back to you and explain everything, but I couldn't. I had fallen in love with you, Anaya, something a Seraph should never do. Despite the fact that I was cast out of the rule of 3 and banished here on Earth, I had no choice but to let you go. Flashes of light emanating from him hit me, wave after wave, filling me with love and passion. Sweat poured from my body. At that moment, he was everything to me. I would have handed over my soul had he commanded it. Why are you... I breathed in slowly to refocus my senses. Why are you doing this to me? I have no other choice. You are my key to rejoining that which matters most, to be in the presence of the Omni once again. Why me? Of all people on this planet, why do you choose me? My tone became defiant. Because... My body floated closer to him, until our lips almost touched. You are unique. Every emotion I had been deprived of for the last 5 years washed over me in an upsurge of wonderment. I was possessed. The Seraph's body radiated more intensely, and the laws of gravity vanished as we glided to my bed. We descended on the soft, warm pillows and sheets, but we had yet to touch one another. Let us finish what we began in your dream all those years ago. His voice was mesmerizing. Floating above me, he closed his eyes and blew his fresh, sensuous breath into my mouth. It gave me goosebumps and made my hair stand on end. Just as our lips were about to engage, I put my hand over his mouth and looked into his glowing golden eyes. I needed an answer that only he could provide. That night had tormented me for years, and now was the time for me to get some closure. Sylas, I whispered. Gently, he removed my hand from his mouth and breathed into me for a second time. The only word I could use to describe the feeling was lust. He knew what he was doing. Sylas, I have to ask you something. He placed his hand under my head and laid his face on the side of my neck. We were both soaked in sweat. Did you kill Marquise? I stuttered. He rose and stared into my eyes. I stared back and waited for his answer. I didn't want to sleep with a killer, even if he was an angel. Marquise died because of the path he chose. He had no one to blame but himself. My heart dropped as I tried to conceal my shock. So you killed him. It was a statement, not a question. I am a Seraph. We are not permitted to take lives. But you just said... Shh. He pressed his index finger to the center of my lips. There are things in this world that you do not and cannot understand. Just rest assured in the knowledge that I didn't kill the man you call Marquise. I removed his finger. Then who did? With his sensual caress, he moved his other hand to my waist. When our skin touched, a tingle reached every atom of my being. But I couldn't allow that to distract me from getting the answer I sought. Who killed him? I asked again. He wasn't killed. Sometimes people just die, said the Seraph. People don't die the way he did. People don't just explode into pieces. Do you have any idea how horrified I've been these last 5 years? Thinking a killer had invaded my mind? I am no killer. The Seraphim are not permitted to kill. Only the vampires are granted such permissions. His lips touched my ear, which forced the nether region between my legs to moisten. Then how'd he die? I pressed. He was speaking cryptically, and I wanted real answers. I couldn't allow myself to be taken by him if he was withholding something this important from me. Once I lost my chance to re-enter the Omni's universe, I was lost to oblivion. This caused an energy implosion that he, unfortunately, got caught in. What do you mean? He was confusing me. The man you met that night, Amin Codet, he was a manifestation of me. It felt as if my heart had stopped the moment he said that. He was Amin. I couldn't believe it. He continued. I sought to make love to you that night, so that you may finally experience the love you've dreamed of. Regrettably, thanks to Marquise's behavior, you rejected my offer and decided to go your own way. Hours after you left, Marquise found Amin, the manifestation of me, and elected to begin a confrontation. I told him to stay back, as I was in the process of entering the realm where I could lie dormant until I could rise again. He wouldn't listen. My power was unleashed, and he was caught in its wave. It was no one's fault, Anaya. As I said, he died because of the path he chose. I was even more confused than before. He was Amin, and he wanted to make love to me so that he could regain favor in whatever realm he came from? So, you're just using me for your own ends? I'm just a tool to you? My voice held undertones of anger. I knew I couldn't trust him. I couldn't trust anyone. That's not true in the least. You are not some tool for me to use at my leisure. The reason I went away was... Please, just stop. I pushed him off me and sat up on the bed. I don't want to hear any more of your lies. I tried to get off the bed, but some force was keeping me seated. His eyes began to glow white and gold, as did his skin. It felt as if my senses were being heightened. Listen to me. I went away because I had fallen in love with you. Seraphs are forbidden from falling in love with mortals. Although I was cast out, I'm still bound by the rules of the Seraphim and by those of the rule of 3, he confessed. Why the facade? Why the charade, Sylas? Why not just come to me and confess your true nature? I've been in hell these last 5 years. Do you understand that? My mind was going in circles, and I thought I was insane. I couldn't put you in that situation. If the others found out I'd fallen in love with a mortal, there'd be dire consequences. I was sent to this mirror of earth as a penance, so I could learn the error of my ways and... What others? I stuttered, cutting him off. The energy he was radiating almost had me at a standstill. The vampire and the human, the other members of the rule of 3. There is no doubt they would have informed the Omni as soon as they found out. I did what I did for you. I sighed. So, what happens now? He gazed deep into my eyes and lifted his finger, forcing me to lie back down on the bed. I can't bear to be away from you any longer. I don't care what the others think. He lay on top of me, filling my soul with love and lust. I must have you, Anaya, if you're willing. His eyes were almost pleading as he caressed his body against mine. I wanted to rip my clothes off right then and take him inside of me. I hadn't made love in 7 years, and his influential powers were driving me mad with desire. Are you still going to use me as a tool to get back to your Omni or whatever you call it? I asked. To be completely honest with you, all I care about now is being with you. Sylas gracefully removed my blouse and skirt. Soaked in sweat, I lay there in my pink bra and panties, waiting to see what he would do next. His smooth golden skin and long brown hair, which had grown since the last time I saw him, had my body shaking with anticipation. Without him laying a single finger on me, both my bra and panties faded to nothing by his hand. I was fully nude as I wrapped one leg around his body. This couldn't be real. I hoped to any god that was listening that this wasn't my imagination. I needed this to be authentic. It is real, Sylas said in my mind. His clothes vanished from his body, and the sensation that had engulfed me became more intense. It felt as if I were caught in the constant state of orgasm. Through my mouth, I breathed in the hot air around us. His cock was only an inch away from entering me, and I was already dripping wet. I wanted nothing more than for him to push it inside. Please, Sylas, just do it. Take me, I begged. He caressed my hair. Once I do this, there's no turning back. You will be completely exposed to my world. Only allow me to proceed if you're willing to face the consequences together, with me. He cautioned. I didn't even have to think. If he left me like last time, I would die. Of one thing I was certain. I needed to be with him. I wrapped both legs around his waist and forcefully pushed him in. We both moaned as his massive cock broke through my soaking lips and plunged deep inside of me. I would never have thought I'd make love to an angel, or that angels were even real. This angelic being would be mine. Both our bodies burned with the brightness of a falling star, and my body nearly exploded from the sensation. I was in awe of him. My body shook uncontrollably from the waist down. The moment his cock entered me, I wanted to come. Never had I felt anything like this. My power will be too much for you to bear, Anaya. You must take it in stride, as I don't want to harm you, he said. I saw the concern in his eyes, but my lust had taken over. I needed to experience all of him. Thrusting my hips back and forth, I dug my fingers into his perfectly smooth ass. His skin shimmered with every touch, and a glow of golden euphoria cocooned us. It was hypnotizing how erotic this being was. I knew I could never let him go. Wherever he went, I would follow, forever. This isn't the way things were supposed to have been. My destiny wasn't to fall in love with you. It's wrong. I tightened my legs around him. How can this be wrong? I haven't felt this way in years. You have no clue how much I've longed for this, Sylas. We have a connection, you and I. You can't abandon me again. I won't let you, I exclaimed. My heart felt as if it were beating 5 times per second. I wasn't sure what he'd done to me, but whatever it was, I ultimately submitted to the feeling. He drove himself in and out of me with divine passion, and we both moved to the rhythm that our bodies led. I saturated his cock and balls with my juices as we both moaned in ecstasy. The sensation of his cock throbbing against my walls was driving me insane. The vibration of his thrusts made me feel as if my soul had dislodged from my body and ascended to heaven. Through his eyes, I saw a glimpse of a world, a place I knew couldn't exist. Nevertheless, there it was. Vampires, humans, and angels, surrounded by peaceful souls, in a place consumed by light. I wanted to be there. I needed to go there. Do you see it? He brushed his fingers over my gaping mouth. You see it, don't you? I blinked, and then suddenly I was able to see myself through him. My eyes were emitting the same golden glow his were. I just couldn't get over how all this was possible. Still, my inner thighs shivered with every thrust of his cock as I took in every inch of him. Yes, Sylas. I see it. I see everything. My reply was comforting as it escaped my lips. It is the Omni's universe. All souls of good heart spend eternity in this paradise. As deemed by the Omni, beings from all over the multiverse travel to this utopia. And I must find a way back to it. He pushed his cock into me, balls deep, as I dug my fingernails into his backside. His proclamation made sadness overcome me. If he were to return to this paradise, I would never see him again. That I couldn't have. So you would leave me here, alone like last time? My heart dropped. I didn't want to lose him for a second time, and I damn sure didn't want to lose him permanently. It is my nature. I have existed for millions of years, and I will continue to exist for millions more. Then take me with you, I shouted. Tears formed in my eyes, and all that I was suddenly meant nothing if I lost him again. I clamped my legs tighter around his waist, forcing him to stay inside me. Our bodies began to float off the bed as we were weightless in space. Every particle of my body exploded in pure pleasure. This was too much emotion, too much sensation for me to handle, but I bore it all the same. The only way I can take you with me is if you die. Only the spirits of mortals may enter the Omni's universe. It would be too much for you to comprehend in your mortal state. Twisting in the air, our bodies turned like a cyclone in a raging storm. The surroundings of my bedroom changed to the view of the dream I'd had long ago when he first came to me. White grass and a dark blue sky with red and orange clouds floating everywhere. The same ocean in the distance reflected the light from the atmosphere. Below us, my bed remained. Was I awake or dreaming? I wasn't sure anymore. All that mattered was being with him, my Sylas. If death means being with you, then I welcome it. I was vehemently serious. Becoming the shell I once wasn't an option.
You don't know what you're saying. You have your whole life ahead of you. You should forget about me. This isn't going to end well for either of us. I'll have to find another way back home.
He kissed the center of my forehead. I couldn't believe what he was saying. Forget about him? How could he be so cruel as to even think of such a thing? You're fucking insane if you think I'm going to forget about you. You're the one who came into my life, remember? Just because you're a Seraph doesn't mean you can do with me as you choose. He began to thrust again, and I clenched my teeth at the feeling of his pulsing cock. A single tear rolled down the side of my face, and I hugged him with heart-bursting intensity.
My goal was to have you fall in love with a mortal. I would then use that energy to re-enter the Omni's universe. I was never meant to be the one you'd fall for, Anaya. My whole plan has gone to shit. If the others find out what we're doing here, they will cast me into one of the other mirror universes, and you'll never see me again.
The moment he said I would never see him again, my heart stopped. What the hell was he talking about?
Anaya, please. We mustn't, he said.
Who are these others? And what mirror universe are you talking about? I gripped him tighter.
As I have said before, I was a member of the Rule of Three. The others I'm referring to are the vampire and the human, my companions. The Rule of Three governs 10 mirror universes that sustain life. Within those mirrors, there are 10 Earths, 10 human species, 10 Milky Way galaxies, 10 of everything. It is the way the Omni has willed reality to be.
The news stunned every inch of me. Here in my arms lay proof of the existence of the multiverse. Here, between my legs, was the answer to all of humankind's questions about reality. Yet, somehow, none of that mattered. The only thing I wanted was to be by his side. So is this the only time we're going to have? Are you just gonna fuck me and leave? Just like last time? Anger and heartbreak were mounting within me.
It's for the best, Anaya. I don't want this to be any more difficult than it has to be.
What if I told you I wouldn't let you go? What if I said I'd die without you? I began thrusting my hips on the length of his cock.
Please, Anaya, don't. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
He stuttered. That was it. I was gonna make him come. If this was the last time I'd see him, then I would make it memorable. I drove faster and faster and held his head against my bosom. We descended back to the bed, where I flipped us over and held him down. Bouncing up and down on his cock, I squeezed his wrist to hold him in place. My juices were splashing all over his balls and stomach. The climax to come would be a massive one, as I could feel it building inside me. I didn't know how I was overpowering him, but it felt amazing. This control felt remarkable.
Wait, you have to slow down. You don't know what danger you're putting yourself in,
he warned. At that point, I didn't give a shit what danger awaited me. All that mattered was satisfying my carnal urge with the one I'd grown to love. Our bodies were covered in sweat, and a shining light blasted from the center of his body. The light hit me and filled me with an unimaginable love that bordered on complete madness. How can this be wrong, Sylas? Tell me, how can this be wrong? I screamed, thrusting harder.
I can't come, Anaya. I can't come, he shouted.
You have to. We have to. My thrusts became animalistic. I licked his chest and face as he clenched my ass tightly.
Fuck it,
he screamed, flipping us over and slamming my back onto the bed. He stretched my legs high into the air until my ankles were touching my ears. My eyes rolled into the back of my head as he pounded the shit out of me. That was when a white and gold cloud of light engulfed us, and I felt his cock getting more prominent. "Do it, Sylas! Just fucking do it!" I yelled in a passionate rage.
"Would you die for me?"
he asked. "Yes!" I exclaimed. He cupped my ass and drove my entire body up and down his cock.
"How far are you willing to go? Would you cross over into another universe for me?"
Our bodies were slapping against each other with the fury of a hurricane. "Yes, Sylas! Yes!" I shouted. I felt the climax boiling inside of me. I was coming. Wrapping my legs around his body, I squeezed as hard as I could. A few of the springs on my bed broke, and my legs began to wobble. Soon, the top 2 legs of the bed snapped clean off, but that didn't stop us. Nothing could stop us. The sky turned black, and it started to rain.
"I can't hold back anymore. Omni, please forgive me," he called out. With one last push, he shoved his cock deep in me and released his angelic seed.
My legs shook as I came with the force of a collapsing star. Our screams parted the dark clouds, and a bright white light shone down on us. I'd never felt anything like this. I just couldn't believe it. That was when 2 mystical voices echoed all around us.
"I am of vampire. I am of human."
I couldn't bring myself to open my eyes, as the force of my climax still had me in a trance. I was shivering, and I couldn't let Sylas go. It was as if I were a Venus flytrap that had caught its prey. Whatever was happening, it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Chapter 3.
"Sylas, what have you done?"
The voices gave me chills, but I couldn't bring myself to gaze upon their owners just yet. Sylas was holding on to me for dear life, as I was him.
"Everything will be fine," Sylas whispered.
Slowly I opened my eyes and saw 2 daunting figures standing before us. One was glowing bright red with long vampiric fangs, and the other emanated a radiant blue and white aura.
"You knew we would come.
Yet you chose to do this, nonetheless." It was as if they were finishing each other's sentences. With all my willpower, I tried to move, but the energy coming from these 2 figures had me paralyzed.
"You will not take her from me,"
said Sylas. His body shot out rays of gold light in all directions. I still had my legs wrapped around him, and it felt crucial for me not to let go.
"You know, more than anyone, the rules the Omni has preordained.
You were cast here for self-reflection,
not self-indulgence."
I felt Sylas slipping from my grasp, and no matter how tight I held onto him, his body continued to pull away from me.
"We can see into your heart, Seraph. If you had access to your full powers, you would know that you could never be with this woman. There are plans for her, and you should know full well what those plans are,"
said the vampire. Sylas gazed into my eyes as if he was searching for something. I returned the favor, looking deep into him. I saw in him a world where I could live forever.
"It can't be," exclaimed Sylas. "But it is. Oh, but it is," said the human.
"What is?" I asked, confused. In a flash of light, my body became warm, and I was tossed from Sylas's embrace onto the grass. I looked down at myself, and my body was dressed in a white nightgown that had materialized from nowhere.
This universe was a poor choice. You will do better in the 7th realm, said the vampire. I knew what that meant, and I'd be damned if I allowed that to happen. She can't be. Of all the mortals in this universe, why did it have to be her? Sylas called into the wind, with tears rolling down his face. I stood and approached these overawing figures with questions I needed answers to. They were speaking of me as if I weren't even here. I took Sylas's hand and intertwined my fingers into his. "What's wrong?" I asked fearfully. He knew something, and whatever it was would be the deciding factor in our future together. "I'm sorry, Anaya. I didn't realize it until now. I was so blinded by my own ambitions that I couldn't see through the fog of destiny." He tried to pull away, but I clutched his hand tighter. "What do you mean?" My worry skyrocketed. The vampire and the human kept their distance. They had to have known as well. Whatever Sylas was worried about would seal our fate. "I care deeply for you, Anaya. I know that now. But if we continue down this path, it will mean the end of everything you've ever known," he said. My heart sank into my stomach, and my hold on his hand tightened even more as I fought the tears forming in my eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" My voice was desperate. "If I told you, it would alter your destiny and the fate of this world." With every word that left his mouth, I grew more confused and worried. How would he and I loving each other put the entire planet in jeopardy? "Come, Seraph. Your days of self-reflection have yet to be concluded," said the human, reaching its hand toward my Sylas. The being glowed incandescently. I summoned every ounce of strength I could muster to pull Sylas and myself away from it. "You're not taking him away from me," I hissed. The vampire smiled and suddenly appeared between us. Its power was even more unbearable than the human's was. "The fact that you're still standing is proof of your bloodline, Anaya Myers." The vampire's fangs grew in length. "You are blameless in this. The fault lies solely on the Seraph, who should have known better. All of this will be a distant dream. You will return to the life you knew before the Seraph's interference," the human said. Sylas hung his head low and dropped to his knees. "I want to speak to the Omni," he demanded. "The Omni has not revealed itself to anyone in millions of years. I doubt the Omni would come forth for this. Listen, my friend. You mustn't wince at the price you agreed to. If you truly want to rejoin us in the Omni's universe, then you must fulfill your atonement. You must learn the errors of your ways. Only then can we become the rule of 3 again," said the vampire. Sylas wiped his face and looked up at me, and then at the vampire. I could see his heart beating through his chest, and with each palpitation came an indescribable love that filled me from my toes to my teeth. "You do not understand. Everything's changed." He took my hand. "I love her." His proclamation filled me with sensations I hadn't felt since I was a love-struck child in grade school, swooning over the most popular guy in class. I pulled him to his feet and held him close. "I love you too," I said, before taking the back of Sylas's head, pushing his face onto my shoulder and resting my lips on his neck. Despite that they might take him from me, nothing would change the feelings I knew I had for him. Logic, reason, and my training as a psychologist meant nothing to me now. All that mattered was embracing this inner connection I had with this angelic being. Where he went, I would follow. It isn't in our nature to deprive mortals of love. Nevertheless, what you have with the Seraph can never be. Your paths are too distant on the cosmic scale to be intertwined. We are sorry, Anaya, they said in unison. With blunt force, I was ripped away from Sylas and shot into the air. "No!" shrieked Sylas. He flew toward me with rapid speed, only to crash into some invisible barrier. "Sylas!" I tried to reach for him, but whatever force those two beings were projecting restricted my movements. He slammed his fist on the barrier, his face painted with desperation. "This is the only way. You should know better than anyone," said the human. "What is life if not for love? What is the purpose of immortality, if not to experience life in all its glory? Why must we be denied what is so freely given to them?" said Sylas. The vampire sighed. "You know the answer. And yet you reject it, don't you?" hissed a malevolent voice from behind me. The very sound of the voice struck fear into my heart. Sylas gasped, as did the human and the vampire. I turned around, and a blaze of horror overwhelmed me. What is that?" I inquired in a whisper. A massive black and gold snake looped its way toward me. "Apep, what are you doing here?" asked the vampire. The barrier between Sylas and me vanished, and I was able to glide into his warm arms. "Where there is order, there must always be chaos. It is the way of the universe," said the serpent. Black smoke surrounded the beast with its dead-slit eyes as the serpent came closer to me. "You have no idea who or what you are, do you, Anaya?" it hissed. Sylas positioned himself between the snake and me and forced it back with a white glow from his hands. "What business do you have here, Apep?" asked the human. The serpent smiled, floating on a cloud of darkness. "I'm just here to observe. It's rare to see the rule of three bickering." I clung to Sylas's waist, frightened out of my mind. The moment this beast appeared, I felt nothing but darkness, sadness, and sorrow. Whatever this thing was, I could only surmise that it was evil. It had to be. "Leave us now, Apep. What happens within the rule of three is none of your concern," said the vampire. The cloud of smoke grew more intense as the serpent slithered towards Sylas and me. It looped its massive body around us, hissing deviously. "You believe just as I do, Seraph." "You and I are nothing alike, demon." "I am no demon, as you well know. We are two sides of a coin. You bring order," he snickered, "and I bring chaos. Everything is as the Omni wills it. I am of as much importance to universal harmony as you are." The snake gazed at me and spat out its long reptilian tongue inches from my face. As is she. I planted my face in Sylas's chest and winced. What the hell was this thing talking about? "You've said quite enough, Apep. Now leave us," shouted the human. The smoke began to dissipate, and the serpent chuckled. I looked up and faced the beast. Staring directly at me, the snake hissed. "They will cause you more pain than I ever could," the serpent warned. A black hole appeared above, and the snake drifted into it, as did the smoke and the negative feelings that came with that beast. I fear Apophis is up to something, said Sylas. We descended to the ground, with his arms wrapped around me.
What the hell was that thing? I asked.
His name is Apap, also known as Apophis, or the Lord of Chaos. He is a necessary evil, said the vampire. My brows curled. You mean the deity that embodies chaos from ancient Egyptian mythology? That's one way to look at it. He made his presence known to humans during a time when this universe's Earth was in the developmental stages of life, said Sylas. And he paid the price for it, said the human. The price? I asked. No immortal is to make their presence known to mortals at a time when they are too primitive to understand the meaning of their existence. For this interference in the development of the humans in this galactic cluster, we banished him to the Underverse, said the vampire. He was released during the industrial age of this universe's Earth. We had hoped the people of this Earth had forgotten about him by then. Unfortunately, he's become a part of your history and was thus worshipped as a deity by some, said the human. I ran both hands through my hair in disbelief. This was all too much for me to take. Things like this just didn't exist. Now, back to the issue at hand, said the vampire. Both entities raised a hand toward me, and I glowed a sparkling white. We're sorry for this, Anaya, but this must be done, they said as one. No, wait, shouted Sylas. Swiftly, I was propelled into the air so high and fast, I didn't know what was going on. I could still hear them speaking, but it was like an echo in a dark, lowly tunnel. This has to be done, Seraph. You will be taken to the 7th universe, where you will start your atonement anew, they told him. If you rip her from me, you might as well rip out my heart, Sylas exclaimed. Higher I floated, until the atmosphere wore thin, making it difficult to breathe. If she had been any other mortal, we would have considered letting you stay. This mortal you chose has a destiny far more important than love, said the human. Light immersed my body as a portal opened above me. Goodbye, Anaya Myers. May the rest of your life be a blissful one, said the vampire. Reality itself felt as if it had been warped as I fell from the air onto my bed back in my room. They were gone. Everything was back to normal, and there was no sign of Sylas or anyone else. The only proof I had of my being there was the quivering between my thighs where Sylas had touched me. This was insane. It was all too much for me to take. Chapter 4. Was I going insane? Everything that I'd experienced since I met Sylas could indicate that I was. My mind was loose, and I couldn't even function. It had been weeks since that episode with those entities that ripped me from him, and since then, I'd secluded myself in my home. I temporarily withdrew from the world, as I needed time to wrap my mind around all this. All the studying and training I'd received these last 8 years accounted for nothing in the face of everything I'd experienced. The hole left in my heart was too much for me to bear. Sylas, wherever he was, had taken with him my identity, and I needed to get it back. Anaya, open this door! Someone shouted from my porch. They were banging on my front door so loud it pulled me from my silent daydreaming. I was lying on my black leather couch, just staring into space. I was supposed to have reported for my fellowship in LA last week, but that opportunity went to hell. I'd worked for the last 2 years to get that fellowship, only to allow it to fall apart.
My life was falling apart. "Anaya, open up!" a familiar voice shouted from outside. It was Saya. She'd been calling me for the last couple of days. Hell, everyone I knew had been calling me nonstop when word got out that I hadn't departed for California. They were all worried about me. Even I was concerned for me. "I'll break down this door if you don't open up, woman," she shouted. I didn't want her, or anyone for that matter, to see me like this, but I had no doubt she would carry out her threat. Summoning whatever willpower I had left, I pulled myself up from the couch and slowly crept to the door. My hair was a mess, and I hadn't showered in a week. I could only imagine the look on her face when she saw me. My place was an utter disaster. I'd turned my living room into my bedroom. Clothes and bed sheets were stained and draped on my couch and floor. I was in complete disarray, kicking aside the takeout containers and pizza boxes on the floor that I had yet to throw into the garbage. I unlocked the door and opened it. Saya, Elizabeth, and my parents were there. The shock on their faces was to be expected. I didn't have any argument left in me, so I opened the door wider for them and retreated to the couch.
"What the hell happened in here?" asked my father. "Did a dumpster explode in your living room or what?"
I gave no response. What could I say? None of them would understand anyway. "Anaya." My mother looked around in both shock and worry. "What's happening to you?" The confusion on all their faces was something I didn't have the energy to deal with. I pulled my legs into my chest and rested my forehead on my knees. Saya sat on the couch next to me and rubbed my back. "Talk to us, Anaya," she said. I raised my head and locked eyes with my father. I could tell he was less concerned about my well-being than my lost opportunity in California.
"Why are you throwing your life away? Do you have any idea how many people in your position would have killed to be accepted into a fellowship at Berkeley?"
he said. "Is that all you care about, VJ? Something is wrong with your daughter, and you're scolding her about a fellowship?" my mother said.
Listen to me. I'm more concerned about her future and my investment. You can't squander opportunities like the one she has," he said.
I sighed. "So is that what I am? Just one of your investments?"
"You know what I mean, Anaya."
"VJ." My mother gave my father a disconcerted glance. He knew what that look meant. Shaking his head, he turned away from us and went into the kitchen. My mother took my hands in hers and rubbed my palms. She'd done that since I was a child. That was when I knew my mother was worried about me. "What's going on with you? Did someone hurt you? It's not like you to shut yourself off from your family and friends." Saya moved closer to me, still rubbing my back. Elizabeth sat on the armchair across from the couch. By the look in her eyes, I could see she was just as worried as everyone else. I didn't know how to explain to them what I'd been through. If I told them the truth, they'd probably have me committed. "I'm just going through some things, that's all." I didn't make eye contact with anyone. I was beginning to feel ashamed of myself. What had I turned into? I needed Sylas. I needed answers. "What things are you going through?" asked Elizabeth. "Personal things." "Tell us what those are. You'll get no judgment from us," said Saya. She massaged my shoulders. "I just have some guy problems. I need to take some time to reflect on myself before moving forward." Saya immediately withdrew her hands from my shoulders and maneuvered over to face me. "What you're saying makes no sense. You've been single for almost a decade. You've never told me you were dating anyone," she said. "You didn't tell me either," said Elizabeth.
Wait, you're ruining your future over some damned guy?
My father lashed out. I swear he was so insensitive. All my life he'd been like that.
Why don't you go wait in the car or something?
My mother told him angrily. He scoffed before going into my restroom and closing the door. "So, who's this guy?" asked Saya. I had to hide the truth from them. The last thing I wanted was for them to question my sanity. "He's no one. It doesn't matter anymore. He's gone. I just wanted to take some time to myself. I'm not ruining my future either." I said the last sentence loudly so my father could hear. "This is so not like you. Why didn't you tell us you were involved with someone? The relationship must have been important to you because I've never seen you like this," said Elizabeth. "So, who was he?" asked Saya. I tried to think of someone who neither of them knew. I suppose I could have just made up a name, but then they'd go all stalker mode and try to Google him or something. I said the first name that popped into my head. Amin. His name is Amin. The words escaped my lips before I realized where that name had come from. I said a silent prayer that neither of them remembered the name. "You mean that guy you met at 18th Street Lounge in DC over 5 years ago?" said Saya. Damn it. How could she have remembered that? I had no choice but to go along with it. "Yes, that's him," I said. I wasn't entirely lying since Amin was the personification of Sylas. Either way, I hoped this would satisfy their curiosity. "You've been in a relationship with that guy for 5 years and never told anyone? No dinner dates? No get-togethers? Hell, you've never even mentioned him. Why'd you keep him a secret?" I could sense the hurt in Elizabeth's tone. I needed to salvage this. "We haven't been together for 5 years. I only heard from him a few months ago. He had to..." What was I going to say? "He volunteered for a research mission in Greenland, and he told me it was better if we ended things here and now. He doesn't believe in long-distance relationships, and he didn't want to hold me back in my career. So, he broke it off. I sure hoped they bought that. I'm sorry things didn't work out between you two. You take as much time as you need. But please, honey, don't close yourself off from everyone. We'll always be here if you want to talk," my mother said. Substituting Sylas for Amin had been a good play on my part. Now I didn't have to explain to them the supernatural side of my story. For the longest time, I hadn't wanted to believe it myself. But all that had gone out the window the moment I saw him while I was conscious. "I'm sorry for putting you all off. I won't do it again. It's just that I haven't been myself since graduation. Give me a few more days to wrap my head around all this. Once I'm mentally prepared, I'll try and salvage my fellowship at Berkeley." After finishing in the restroom, my father strolled out of the kitchen with a glass of water in his hand. "You don't have to worry about salvaging anything. I called in a favor of one of my colleagues, who works in the administration department in health services at Berkeley. They're expecting you there by the end of the week." "Excuse me?" My brows furrowed. I know what you said, Dad. Why would you do that without telling me?" "I just did." He sipped his water. I gritted my teeth and rolled my eyes. I swear he was never going to change. My mother looked at me and shook her head. She knew what I wanted to say, but her unspoken words told me to let it go. I exhaled sharply. "Thank you for looking out for me, Dad." It pained me to say that. I was in my mid-20s, and still, He was trying to control my life.
Think nothing of it. I hope you're able to get over this guy before you make it to California. I don't want you throwing away your future over some worthless...
Enough, Vijay. My mother snapped. Do you mind if I talk to our daughter alone for a minute? I held my head down as my mother stood from the couch and guided my father upstairs. This is the first time I've ever seen you like this. Did he mean that much to you? Said Saya. Yes, he did. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been off ever since that night when I first met him. You remember, the night Marquise died? I said. Yeah, I did sense something was wrong with you, but I thought it was the shock of Marquise dying all this time. I didn't know it was because of Amin. I looked up at her. Yes, it was him, among other things. It doesn't even matter anymore. I'm sure I'm never going to see him again anyway. That was an understatement. I was absolutely certain I would never see him again. I'll make the trip to Greenland with you whenever you want. All you have to do is ask, said Saya. I smiled. She'd always been so supportive of me ever since we were kids. My mother came back down the stairs and sat next to me on the couch. Are you going to be all right, sweetie? She asked. I closed my eyes and searched within myself. I had to face reality. Sylas was gone, and I was never going to see him again. The only thing I could do was relish in the thought that I got the opportunity to experience him, even if it was just once. Yes, Mom. I'm going to be fine. I'm glad you all came by. I need the support. I attempted to put a smile on through the pain. Sylas had taken everything with him. Again. I'd never felt this way about anyone. Why did he have to come to me? Sometimes I wished he'd never existed. That way, I'd have been spared the heartache. I'm going to fix you something to eat. You look like you need a nice home-cooked meal. Bacon and cabbage? She asked. My eyes widened. Yes, please. I haven't had that since I moved here to attend college. My mother, having immigrated to the US from Dublin when she was in her early 20s, knew how to cook some of the most delicious Irish dishes. I grew up on them. This was just what I needed. She went into the kitchen as my father came back down the stairs. Thanks, Mom. I think I'll take a shower and then clean up the mess I've made. Are either of you going to stay to eat? I asked Saya and Elizabeth. Saya knew my mother's cooking well, so I had no doubt she would stay. I needed the companionship. Isolating myself from everything wasn't a very good idea. A distraction from the thoughts of Sylas was better than being alone. I just needed to get over this whole thing. I'll stay for dinner. I haven't eaten yet, said Saya. She joined my mother in the kitchen to give her a hand. My father joined me in the living room and scoffed.
I planned for a night of wine and pizza, but whatever, he said.
No one wants to eat your bland cheese pizza, my mother said from the kitchen. I tried to hide my smile. He put his hand on my shoulder and sighed.
You know, I only want what's best for you, Anaya. Sorry if I come off as kind of harsh at times. I'm just looking out for your future.
I know, Dad. I only wish you'd have a bit more empathy. I know what I'm doing with my life, and there will always be other fellowships. I didn't graduate at the top of my class for nothing. He smiled.
Well, excuse me, he said satirically.
I looked at him and laughed. Elizabeth got up and gathered her things. I'd love to stay, but I have to get home. The baby is probably driving Andrew nuts about now, she said. Do you need me to drop you off? I forgot you rode with me, said Saya. No, that's okay. I'll take the train. Anaya, are you seriously telling me that you have no hot pepper flakes or turmeric? My mother barked from the kitchen. Father looked at me in shock.
How could you not have the essential spices you grew up with? Your grandmother would be disappointed, he mocked.
I rolled my eyes. Despite my father having grown up in the US, he was still proud of his Indian heritage. He'd visit Bangalore about once a year when I was a child. Most of my cousins still lived there. "The spices, Anaya. The spices," my mother said as she rummaged through my kitchen. Being consumed with my studies, I hadn't had much time to cook for myself, let alone anyone else. They couldn't blame me for lacking the essentials. "Fine, I'll go get some. I need to get out of the house anyway. I'll give you a ride to the train station on the way," I said to Elizabeth. She finished gathering her things and headed to the door. "Give me a minute. Let me go change," I said, running upstairs to my bedroom. Some fresh air was what I needed anyway. I had to get on with my life. As much as it pained me to say, I kind of hoped Sylas would stay gone this time. My heart couldn't take the back and forth. Peace was what I needed, and if Sylas was going to pop in and out of my life at will, I would find none. No more supernatural or paranormal incidents would be nice. The real world was calling me back, and submitting to it would be a blessing. The one positive in all this was that I could feel again, and that was all I'd needed from the start. "Are you ready? I can't start cooking without the pepper flakes," my mother said. I threw on a pair of jeans and my green GMU sweater and headed downstairs. My hair was a mess, but I didn't care. There was no need to impress anyone. I snatched my keys off the kitchen counter. "Let's go." "Get a fresh head of cabbage, too. I'm not sure how long you've had this one in here," said Saya. I nodded and opened the door. The fresh breeze hit me in the face, and I breathed it in. I was thankful for my family and friends. They always knew how to pull me out from a rut. Elizabeth headed to the car as I locked the door behind me. I couldn't wait to get back home and eat my mother's cooking. I needed that more than anything else right now. Chapter 5. I checked into a hotel on the east side of San Francisco Bay, near the University of California. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was too tired to drive to my apartment near campus. I would have to pick up my car at the airport tomorrow. I hopped into the first taxi I saw and told the driver to take me to whatever hotel was the closest. The address to my apartment was on my phone, and, of course, my phone died on the flight. A nice warm bed and a cup of hot chocolate were calling my name. The receptionist handed me the key to my room, and I couldn't wait to get in there and out of these clothes. In retrospect, I was glad my father pulled some strings so that I wouldn't lose this fellowship. I sure as hell didn't want to derail my life based on a being I was never going to see again. I opened the door to my room, kicked off my shoes, and threw my bag into the corner near the couch by the door, then flopped onto the bed. I hated flying for more than a few hours. As I lay there, I started to think about all I'd been through. Sylas would always be in the back of my mind, no matter how much time passed. It seemed as if each day since he re-entered my life, I'd been obsessed with him. Perhaps I just needed someone to love me. He'd filled that void for the brief time we'd had. I didn't want to find another to get over my heartache of losing him. I guessed, when the time came, I'd open my heart to someone else. Until then, I would focus on my studies, as I always had. Focus on me. A voice echoed all around me. "What the hell?" I exclaimed. I jumped off the bed and looked frantically around the room. "Who's there?" I called out. No answer. I must have been losing my mind. These voices in my head. I think I need to see someone. See me. Shit! I bolted toward the door. Suddenly, my limbs went stiff, and I was frozen still. What the hell was going on with me? I am here to answer your prayers, Anaya. You want to see the Seraph again, don't you? Well, I am your answer, hissed a malevolent voice. It couldn't be who I thought it was. It just couldn't. What do you want from me?" My voice quivered. Of all the beings I'd encountered, why did it have to be him? If souls existed, I was sure he had come to claim mine. "My dear, dear Anaya Myers, you have nothing to fear from me," it said. I backed into a corner and surveyed the room. He had to be around here somewhere. "Why are you here? I've done nothing to warrant you coming for me." My knees and hands were shaking as I was frightened out of my mind. That terrifying creature was going to devour me whole. I just knew it. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What myths and fables have you heard about me? I'm not some evil demon come to collect your soul. I am simply the manifestation of a counterbalance that helps the universe flow. That's not what I've heard. Within an instant, all the lights in my room went out. It was so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. This was it. I was done for. The floor started to vibrate, and my fear raised steeply. The serpent was near, and I was its prey. "Help!" I screamed from the bottom of my gut, but no one came. A damp light emanated from cracks that formed in the wooden floorboards. Smoke filled the room, and the air became thin and cold. The same malign feeling I'd had when I first encountered him overwhelmed me. It made me weak. So weak that I wanted to cry. "Yes, focus on me," was all I heard like an echo in my mind. Without warning, a dark portal formed above me. To my terror, the agent of chaos, Apophis, slithered through it, entering my reality. I jumped clear of the portal and landed on the floor near the couch. The snake was smaller than before, but still held all the power that would bring me to my knees in sorrow. What are you?" Tears formed in my eyes and rolled down my cheeks. I couldn't take the sadness this entity brought with it. Its head rose as its body slithered slowly through the air. We locked eyes. The bright green slits of its pupils flashed before me, revealing worlds I'd never knew existed. For a moment, I couldn't move. Entire galaxies were clashing with one another, planets exploding. Massive supernovas and the deaths of stars and clusters of galaxies all forced their way into my mind. My eyes were wide open as tears fell, my mouth gaping. Chaos and order, life and death, creation and destruction. The universe cannot have one without the other, said the beast. This monster was far too imposing for me to bear. I was ready to throw myself out the window to get away from it. "Please, just stay back," I pleaded. I covered my head with my arms and curled up on the floor, waiting for this nightmare to end. The serpent continued to hiss and drew nearer to me. I felt the malevolent force coming from him. I felt it all. "Forgive me. The power I radiate can prove to be a bit much for mortals," said the beast. The smoke cleared, and the lights came back on. I could breathe normally again. Cautiously, I lowered my arms from my head and peeked from the corner of my eyes. What I saw was not a beast, but a man standing at least 7 feet tall. He wore a green suit made of snakeskin with shiny black shoes, a black top hat, and a glass cane with a knob made of black ruby. He tipped his hat to me, did a 360 spin, and tapped his cane on the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes. From beast to gentleman, just like that?
I believe this form is a lot less intimidating.
He smiled and held his hand out to me. His skin was light brown, like honey, and his hair was a bright orange red that wove down his back. I've never seen such a stunning transformation, not even from Sylas.
I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to help you.
The closer he got, the farther away I moved. I wasn't going to fall for his trap. According to Egyptian mythology, you're the Lord of Chaos. How can I trust you?
Whatever mythology you humans have created about me, rest assured, it's nothing compared to the reality of all that I do. I keep balance in the cosmos. While you may feel a malevolent force when in my presence, know that I have no malicious intent. I do what is necessary. And chaos, he squatted, gazed at me, and smiled, is very necessary. As I looked him in the eye, I noticed his irises would transition from whole to slits now and then. He still was very much a serpent. So what do you want from me? Sylas is gone. I have nothing you want. At least, I hoped I had nothing he wanted. I'm not here to take. I am here to give. For a price.
His skin shimmered black and gold. Whatever you have, I don't want it. Please just leave.
Oh, but I have something you want very much, Anaya. Something you'd be willing to risk everything for.
Not my soul, I remarked. He burst out laughing, stood up, and twirled his cane with his right hand.
I couldn't take your soul if I wanted to. All things in this universe and beyond are the domain of the Omni. Your soul and mine belong to the Universal Mother.
The who? I raised my brows.
The Universal Mother, the Omni, the I and you and the we. She is called the Creator, the Abundant Figure, the Supreme One, ruler of all multiverses, reality itself. We call her Singular, Distant Particle, Mother of all things, Most Highest Designer, the One and True Architect, Multiversal Monad. She has as many names, as many callings, as there are atoms in the galaxy, as there are galaxies in the universe. To be in her presence is to die and live again. Nothing that has been written by man, alien, beast, vampire, or seraph can comprehend the glory that is the Omni, he proclaimed proudly.
I sat there, shocked at how his voice exhibited such pride in describing this creator. If Sylas and the other entities I'd been in contact with existed, then I was certain this serpent was telling me the truth. She sounds lovely, I said with a hint of skepticism. He tipped his hat and tapped his cane on the floor, creating a shockwave of green light.
Do you want to know what I have to offer, or not?
He glided back, which put some distance between us. I stood and looked around nervously. My hands were sweating, and I still couldn't shake the fear in my heart. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what he had to offer. As the embodiment of chaos, he could ask a price of me that would lead to my ruin. I was unsure of myself. I was uncertain of everything.
Let me give you a hint. It involves you seeing Sylas again.
His smile was deviant, as were the constant hissing sounds that accompanied his every word. He was trying to tempt me, and it was working. What do you mean? Desperation filled my voice, and I was sure he could sense it. His smile brightened. He knew at that moment he had me.
I have the power to send you to the 7th universe to find him.
If you are willing to take the journey. He sped in front of me, his face inches from mine. Then I can arrange your travel. I backed away from him as quickly as I could. My heart felt as though it had almost jumped out of my chest. What do you say? Are you brave enough to follow your lover? His reptilian tongue escaped his mouth with every word in that last sentence. What had I gotten myself into? This was insane, and I didn't know what I should do. Yet every ounce of my being wanted to see Sylas again, no matter the cost. My desire was clouding my good sense. If I were to make a deal with this monster, there was no telling what the outcome would be. Nevertheless, if there was even the slightest chance of seeing Sylas again, and I didn't take it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. What price would I have to pay? I asked. The danger I was putting myself in would be a small price to pay to see him again. I just hoped the serpent wouldn't ask the impossible of me. He tittered and spun around like a dancer, took his hat off, and bowed. The floor before me opened, and it was bathed in dark matter. I gazed down and saw a planet much like Earth, but the atmosphere was reddish, not the bright blue of my planet. What is that place? My voice cracked. That's the seventh universe's Earth. That is where Sylas now lives. The portal widened, which forced me back until I was up against the wall. Why do I have to go there? Can't you just bring him back here? I asked. 2 reasons. 1, he's a Seraph who would never converse with me, let alone accept my assistance. 2, I am forbidden from interfering with the ways of the rule of 3. If they put him on that planet for atonement, then that's his destiny. The moment I approached the Seraph, the human and the vampire would banish me. If you're not allowed to interfere with their methods, then why are you trying to help me find him? My curiosity rose. I can't interfere directly, but indirectly. He snickered. All bets are off. The portal vanished, and he stood there, twirling that cane of his. If he was playing me, then I would have to find a way to play him. So, what's in it for you? You still haven't told me what price you ask for your help. I tried to exhibit confidence. One day, I will come to you, and on that day, I will ask you for a favor. You will choose to help me, or you won't. It'll be up to you. But know this. Once you find your lover, you are not to tell him that I am involved or that I helped you in any way. Understood? As I gazed at him, I could tell by the look in his reptilian eyes he was devious and full of trickery. Every sense that I had was telling me to walk away, but I knew I couldn't. My emotions wouldn't allow it. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I was in love with Sylas. Without him, I would always be a shell of what I once was. If making a deal with the beast of chaos meant I could see Sylas again, then I would embrace whatever consequences came with it. What will you do to me if I refuse to do this favor for you? I asked. Let's just say it would be in your best interest not to refuse. I rolled my eyes. Listen, I don't like surprises or mysteries. Just be straightforward and tell me what price you're asking of me. His secrecy was starting to annoy me. He hissed, and his skin grew scales. A large black tail sprouted from his backside and whipped out in front of him, cracking the air only inches from me. It instilled the fear in me that I thought I'd lost. I'm forbidden from telling you what you truly are. Only the rule of 3 can reveal that to you. My favor hinges on the fact that you have this knowledge. Until you do, I have to wait. Now, please, your answer. Time is of the essence, and I have chaos to sow among the cosmos. The serpent's humanoid form was reverting to its true self. I held my head low and sighed. I was putting my fate in the hands of the Lord of Chaos. What if this favor of his had something to do with ending someone's life? Or worse yet, the life of someone I loved. When the time came, I would just refuse to recompense. I hoped that Sylas would protect me from Apophis' wrath. I gazed up at him. I couldn't even get the words out. We have a deal. I dropped to my knees after having realized the weight of my choice. Ha! It's done. Within the blink of an eye, he transformed back into a snake and grew in size. His fangs were almost the size of my torso. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was about to devour me. Be forewarned, my little slave. The Earth you are about to enter has a population of 5% human and 95% vampire. He threw me a sadistic grin. Slave? Vampire? It felt as if my heart had been stopped for a brief moment. He began to laugh like a maniac as the portal reopened beneath my feet. Wait, I didn't agree to go to a world full of vampires. The wind this evil bastard was kicking up from his portal had my hair blowing all over the place. It's vampire, my slave, not vampire. There's a difference. The portal increased in size, almost encapsulating the little floor I had left to stand on. Why do you keep calling me your slave? I didn't agree to slavery. He laughed louder, and the room filled with dark energy. I wanted to cry. As long as you're indebted to me, you are my slave. Think of yourself as my pawn, a pawn that will nourish me and do my bidding. I was starting to slip. The bright red earth drew closer to the portal. I knew the moment I stepped foot on that world, those vampires would suck me dry. I'd be dead before I ever found Sylas. I had to put a stop to this. Wait, there's been no exchange, so I renege our deal. I'll find another way to get to Sylas. Without you, I screamed. Oh, I'm afraid it's too late to break our contract, my dear, he hissed. The floor disappeared, and down into the portal I fell. Much too late. I reached out to the portal as I descended into space, tears running down my cheeks. All I saw was Apophis, smiling demonically as I entered the atmosphere of the planet. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. What had I done? Sylas. Chapter 6. Darkness had overcome everything for miles, and rain soaked the land. The breadth of my plight hadn't quite resonated with me until I saw a young couple under a tree arguing about their impending breakup. The emotions of vampires were far more intense than humans. The tears in the girl's eyes had made them bloodshot as she screeched for her lover not to leave. It was then that I realized what I had done to Anaya. I should never allowed myself to fall in love with her. I'd known this day would come, and come it had. The vampire and the human had been watching me from the domain of the Omni's universe, waiting for me to take my relationship with her to the next level. My carelessness has led to this brokenness. The mortal woman I'd fallen in love with would suffer a fate worse than my own. This was only a price I promised myself I would pay. The lack of discipline in my heart was all I had left. From this point forward, I would walk the way of the righteous and seek to make my atonement in solitude. I'd gone against the rule of three's wishes, and I was damned for it. "Why do you hate me so much? I thought you loved me!" shouted the vampiress. Both their fangs had extended, and it appeared as if she was about to rip her former lover to pieces. "It's just not working between us. I do love you, but only as a friend," he said. The rain began to pour down vigorously, and it saturated what little clothes they had on. I dared not to use my powers to help her the same way I had done in the third universe, when I believed my repentance would be quickened by the love of Anaya. I was a fool to think the Omni would be satisfied by that. Never again would I put another woman in that position. My heart couldn't bear the sacrifice. I stood and gazed at the night sky as the droplets of rain slammed against my face. My skin shimmered gold, which created a white light that lit up the dark valley where only I and the couple had been. Fangs at full length, they turned their attention toward me. "There's a Seraph," said the girl. As I was about to take off into the night, the couple ran toward me and stopped my departure. "Seraph!" the young girl shouted. I looked forward as she cut up to me, out of breath. She had her claws dug into the wrist of her ex-lover, dragging him along with her. I knew what she would ask, and it would weigh on me when I told her I wouldn't be able to help. Still, I would allow her to ask anyway. "Please, help me. Make him love me again," she pleaded. Her hands were shaking, and her eyes changed in color from light green to a dark blue. I could tell her heart was in torment, but still, I would not intervene. I knelt and took her chin in my hand. Sobbing, she looked into my eyes with desperation. "I'm sorry, but I can't make someone love you. You're still very young. You will find someone who loves you with such passion that you'll never want to be away from one another," I told her. The man tried to pull away, but her grasp on him was tight. It was then I could tell she hadn't learned to control her passion. "Please, you have to let go of me," he said. Her grip tightened, and her eyes turned fire red. "I won't give you up!" she screamed before launching at him. I took hold of her arms and put her to sleep. The girl lost consciousness and finally released him. A few drops of blood streamed down his wrist before he healed. "I'll take care of her," I said. "Just go home." He ran away into the night, kicking up mud and water with every pounding step. Of all the universes the human and the vampire could have sent me to, they sent me here. A world where seraphim were seen as deities, and with their vampire abilities, the populace would know that I was a seraph, no matter how I tried to conceal it. The humans knew my powers of influence would be limited here. The Earth from the third universe had an entire population of humans who had no knowledge of the existence of angels, vampires, and many other species in the multiverse. This world, however, knew of my existence. Here, I was restricted. Here, I could proceed with my atonement without distraction. There would be no one here who would fall in love with me. Most of all, there would be no one here for me to manipulate. This place was to be my salvation, as well as a curse. I submerged the young vampiress in an orb of energy and allowed her to float above me. The rain poured heavier, as if to taunt the sorrow tormenting me inside.
I'd never thought I'd fall in love with a mortal. Anaya's touch filled me with such passion, I wanted to explode. I'd been thinking over the last few decades of how I would make it back to her. Time in this universe was not linear with that of the others. It passed faster on this world. A few seconds in the universe I'd just left could be a month here. Anaya had probably already found someone. Deep in my heart, I hoped that wasn't the case. The human and the vampire had limited my powers since I left the rule of 3, so I wouldn't be able to travel between the universes at will. The soothing breeze of her breath was something I had to experience again. Otherwise, I'd go insane. I reached into the mind of this young girl to see where she lived. I'd deliver her back to her parents, in the hope they would be able to calm the blood passion raging within her. Many vampires this young had trouble controlling their emotions. It hurts deeply when the person one develops feelings for doesn't return that affection. I could only imagine the pain this poor girl's heart must have been going through when that boy rejected her. All the same, one cannot force desire. The feeling must already be present for even a seraph to influence. You and I, we are both trapped in love. Fortunately for you, my child, you will learn to love again. Unlike me, I whispered to her. I flew us both into the sky above the clouds. Light shot out from my chest, and I transported the girl to her doorstep. The orb of energy I'd encapsulated her in vanished, as did I. I would retreat to the small village I'd created for myself in solitude, and ponder as I had the last couple of decades. And thoughts of losing Anaya would always be there in my mind, like a dagger, twisting its sharp tip in the center of my heart. My only hope was that this pain would soon fade, along with my thoughts of her. But that was a lie I told myself. They'd never fade. And to be honest, I didn't want them to. Chapter 7. I haven't seen a shooting star in ages. Maybe it's a good omen, said Mara, the governor of Tris. Since I'd been here, I'd taken the liberty of exploring this world. Mostly vampires populated this planet, and they still lived under the restriction of their courting moon. They hadn't learned to free themselves of their vampirism, but unlike many societies before them, they didn't restrict passion and love. Their human population was so small that many didn't get the chance to spread the word of reversion. Since I was forbidden from interfering in that process, all I could do was hope that one day they'd realize the truth. I sat on the balcony of the governor's mansion that overlooked the great city of Tris. This world had 5 continents, each with its own independent city-state. The smallest of them was the city of Asancti, where what was left of humanity lived. In a world of 300 million, only 5,000 were human. Like many other worlds that had yet to free themselves of the vampire gene, they'd developed a synthetic blood to survive. Still, that didn't stop some bloodthirsty immortals from feeding on unsuspecting humans from time to time. All I could do was observe. I was a spectator, nothing more. Your mind seems to be elsewhere, said Mara. Still thinking of that woman? I gazed at the glowing red atmosphere as the orange sun rose into the sky. The mixture of colors was so potent that one wouldn't be able to tell the clouds were white. The city of Tris was located near the ocean shore, which only heightened the beautiful scenery. When the sun hit the ocean, it gave off a golden aura that mixed with the already red horizon. If only Anaya could be here to enjoy it with me, I blinked and focused on Mara, who had nudged me with her elbow. I'm sorry, Mara. You're right. My mind is somewhere else. I hopped down from the balcony ledge and flew into the governor's meeting room. Sadness, as any vampire could tell, always accompanied me wherever I went. It was impossible to hide my emotions from anyone in this world, so I'd given up trying long ago. It was useless. I don't know what forces brought you here, or for what purpose. Just know that you can't solve your problems dwelling in the past. You were the first Seraph to come to our world in a millennium. You should take pride in that, she said. I hung my head low and sighed. I couldn't fully confide in anyone. No one here could know that I was a member of the Rule of Three. So far, everyone I'd been in contact with believed me to be an ordinary Seraph, living between worlds. Governor Mara Lateith, the head of state in Treese, was the only person I'd told portions of my story to. She'd been my companion since the day I settled here. It probably didn't help that I landed smack center in the middle of her home, where she and her mate were enjoying a bottle of blood wine. My fall from grace ended up costing her a roof. I sat in the middle of her polished oak floor and crossed my legs. Somehow I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. As the shooting star falling from the sky hit the earth, a shockwave of emotion ran through me, penetrating my mind and heart. In the 50 years I'd been here, this was the first time I'd felt something like that. Why couldn't I escape this feeling? Maybe the Omni had finally decided to collect me. No, that couldn't be it. The whole time I'd been here, I'd thought of nothing but Anaya. I hadn't even regretted my past actions or asked for forgiveness. Then again, I hadn't done anything to be forgiven for. Nothing I'd done had been wrong in my eyes. My dissension was pointless, and being here was unnecessary. If only the Omni would reveal herself to me, so that I could explain my reasoning for influencing the love and passion of those around me. But I was only fooling myself. The Omni saw all. The Omni was all. If this was her judgment, then she already knew, and it would be futile to try to explain anything. I guess I was stuck here until my self-reflection had ended, no matter how long it took. Mara walked past me, sat at her table, and poured herself a glass of blood. You know, Mara, I wish I could tell you why I'm here. To tell you the truth, I don't know why I'm here myself. Sometimes reality can be as meaningless as love, I said. With a glass of dark blood in her hand, she paused and gazed at me, stunned. I've never heard a Seraph say love is meaningless. I thought that only held true for vampires. In the other city-states, love is forbidden outright. It's a little troublesome to hear a Seraph say that. Mara set her glass down on the table next to her chair. But it's true. Love only leads to heartbreak. If the person you love doesn't love you, then some force beyond your control rips the both of you apart. It's all just meaningless. She took a sip from her glass, and her fangs extended. I know you don't mean that, Sylas. Are you not a Seraph of love and desire? If someone in your shoes can lose hope, then what chance do the rest of us have? She crossed her legs, revealing her transparent pink panties under her blue business skirt. I sighed and lay flat on the floor, emotionally exhausted. Now I knew what it was like to lose faith, to lose hope. Get up, Sylas, she commanded. I looked up and saw her standing over me with her arms crossed. Why should I? My tone was one of hopelessness. Mara had expressed concern for me these last couple of years. but her worry had become more prevalent the last few months. I'd never thought a Seraph could experience depression, yet here I was, in the thick of it. "On your feet," she said sternly. Mara knelt and took me by the arm. "You're not going to mope around my office like this." She yanked me by the arm and stood me up straight. Her fingernails dug into my skin. "Since you've been here, many people in my state and around the world have been filled with joy. Your arrival has lifted their spirits, and mine too. If anyone sees you like this, they'll start to question the power of the Seraphim. Is that what you want?" I shook my head and focused my gaze at my feet. I cared little about being a beacon of hope for anyone. How could I serve such a purpose when I myself was in ruin? If I hadn't crash-landed into her home all those years ago, I could have lain in secrecy for the entire time of my atonement. Now, just like always, I was taking care of the needs of others rather than my own. Mara placed her hand on my bare chest and ran her fingernails down the center. "When was the last time you enjoyed yourself, Sylas? I mean truly enjoyed yourself." I gazed up at her and thought about the time Anaya's voluptuous body was in my arms, the both of us dripping with sweat. Words couldn't describe how much I longed for her touch. But deep in my heart, I knew I would never see her again. "It's been a while," I said humbly. She smiled. "Excuse me, but would you all mind leaving and closing the doors behind you?" she asked of her guards. Without question, they bowed and left us alone. "We vampires need blood to survive. While I know Seraphs don't need to eat or drink anything, I know you well, Sylas. You need the energy derived from passion to sustain yourself, or at least to better your mood. Am I right?" I took a step back and raised a single eyebrow. "What are you getting at?" She pulled me in close. "I can help if you want." "In what way can you help me?" She gave me an alluring glance and walked back to her desk. "I understand a Seraph can heighten the pleasure of lovers when they're intimate. Is that true?" I probably shouldn't be telling her this, but what the hell? "Yes, we can." She picked up her phone and kicked her feet up on her desk. "Then maybe we can help each other," she smirked. "Hello? Yes, honey. Can you stop by? I have him here." My brows wrinkled as I looked at her in confusion. I then turned my back to her and stared outside into the red dawn. I did hope she wasn't planning to use me for her own pleasure. I heard a knock on the door. "Come in," she said. I turned my glance to the door and saw her mate, Kari, enter the room. "What are you doing here? Did she call you?" I asked him. Smiling, he took his place by the side of his mate and laid his hands on her legs. "Trust me, Sylas, we're doing this for your benefit," he said. Mara stood from her chair and removed Kari's shirt. I took flight and hovered just outside on the balcony. The last time I'd experienced desire was when Anaya and I made love. I didn't know if I dared to open myself up to that again. "Don't leave, Sylas. You have to embrace this," said Mara. She dropped to her knees and removed her lover's pants. Their fangs lengthened, and I could smell the lust oozing from them. I glided back into the room and stood before them. My skin shone bright with white and gold light as the taste of their passion filled me with the energy I'd longed for. "Do it, Sylas. unleash your gifts on us," said Mara. I rolled my eyes. Vampires, I swear. They were tempting me, and it was working. Feeling the need between them only worsened my depression as thoughts of Anaya arose in my mind more intensely than before. Mara took Kari by his boxer shorts and guided him from around the desk. Just like all vampires, he was beautiful, as was she. Mara ran her fingers through his long black hair that hung down to his backside. She got on her knees and pulled his boxers off completely. I'd known this day would come. I'd been avoiding it for the better half of a century. When there were vampires, insatiable desire would follow. I sat on the floor in front of them and watched. It was all too clear that after 500 years of them being together, their sex life would need a little spice. And with me, that opportunity had come. Neither of them was going to let it slip through their fingers. I supposed I could help them just this once. The energy they'd emit from making love could perhaps recharge my psyche. Dwelling in depression for my lost love was getting me nowhere. "All right, Mara, I'll do it, just this once." I raised my right hand, palm up, and formed a ball of liquid light. It transitioned from white to red and grew in size. Mara and her mate gazed at me with wide eyes in anticipation. I forced the ball to grow until it submerged the entire room. Euphoria gripped them, and I breathed in their passion. Oh, how I needed it. Kari's cock was pulsating inches from Mara's face. With her claws, Mara removed her clothes. Vampires experience desire far more potent than what humans felt, which allowed me to soak in their lust with little effort. This is intoxicating," said Mara. She took Kari's cock in both hands and twirled her tongue around the tip. Kari grabbed her thick red hair from the back and pushed his manhood deep in her throat. Saliva seeped from her chin as he thrust in and out of her mouth. Kari's moaning had her dripping wet on the floor. I formed another ball of liquid light in my palm and shot it in a shockwave across the room. They both shivered in ecstasy. It fueled me as it did them. I was starting to enjoy this. The sun shined its rays through the balcony into the room. It warmed them, causing their bodies to drip with sweat. The gurgling sound from Mara became more intense as Kari shoved his cock deeper into her throat. I took on my spirit form and hovered above them. Ethereal bliss filled their senses. As if a savage beast left alone with its prey, Kari yanked Mara by her hair and threw her to the floor. She moaned seductively before flopping onto her stomach. Kari grabbed her waist, where she arced her backside in the air. The throbbing in his cock was so intense that I could see the blood rushing through his veins. I rained down drops of euphoria on them both. Their fangs extended to their longest length, and their skin shuddered. "Fuck me, Kari!" screamed Mara. She couldn't take it any more than he could. With the ferocious wailing of his mate, he dropped to his knees and pushed his long, thick cock inside of her. I could smell the sweet essence of sex fuming off their bodies. It reminded me of that one moment when Anaya was mine. Kari slammed his cock in and out of his mate as she dripped down from the shaft onto his balls. He pushed into her so hard that her hands and knees lifted from the floor with each deep penetration. Passion and resentment were building in me. Why should I go without? Why were vampires and mortals allowed to live and love as they chose, while I was predestined to live an eternity of hollowed servitude? It wasn't fair. It just wasn't fair. "Ah!" screamed Mara. An eruption of celestial force blasted from my body, which sent both of them into a cataclysmic climax. All my anger, all my dissent, boiled in my gut and exploded outward into a sphere of energy that encapsulated the whole of the governor's mansion. Kari plunged his fangs into the back of Mara's neck and began to drink like a starved animal. He continued to pound her, despite his seed dripping out of her pussy and her body going limp. What had I done? I couldn't allow my emotions to overtake me. Closing my eyes, I breathed in and out as my body shimmered gold. I knew it had been too soon to use my gifts, even if it was for the pleasure of others. I descended to the floor, took a deep breath, and pulled all the energy I had unleashed back into me. The gold aura that accompanied the blast faded, and the orange-red rays of light from outside soon replaced it. Kari and Mara collapsed on the floor, barely breathing. This had been a mistake. I was too unstable, and I should have known better. I transformed back into physical form, and then placed my hands on the backs of these two lovers. My palms emitted sparks of red energy, meant to revitalize immortals who were too weak to recover on their own. A single minute had passed when they both inhaled sharply. I felt their heartbeats for a moment. It was then I knew they were close to reversion. The love in their hearts was forcing its way out. If the governor of Trees lost her vampirism, it would cause an uproar and political instability. That wasn't the reason I'd been brought here. I had no other choice. The glow in my hands grew in both intensity and potency. There was no doubt they were in love. Nonetheless, they would remain vampires. I suppressed their aversion, which allowed her immortality to take dominance once again. Exhausted, Mara opened her eyes and looked up at me. I've never felt anything like that before. So much power, so much intimacy. Thank you, Sylas. Thank you, she said before passing out. Kari gazed at me and smiled. He tried to stand, but without the energy to do so, he fell flat. I put my hand over his eyes and willed him to sleep beside his lover. They needed rest, and I needed to get out of here. This was the ultimate torment. It killed me inside to watch the joy they'd experience while I wallowed in seclusion. I had to get out of this universe and find Anaya. Fuck the cost, and damn my atonement. None of that mattered anymore. I was in ruin. The Omni had to know just how much I was suffering. I didn't choose to go against the will of the Rule of Three, but this was something I had to do. I would find Anaya and cast aside all who stood in the way. Omni, please forgive me. My heart leaves me with no other choice. Chapter 8.
Hey, you're Sylas the Seraph, aren't you? Said a young girl whose voice I'd recognized. I had ventured out alone in the woods to figure out a way to make it back to the third universe, back to Anaya. Time was something I required to find a way off this world. Exploring the cosmos for a black hole or singularity would get me nowhere. I knew the vampire and the human were keeping a close eye on me. If I was going to make it back to Anaya, I would have to stay hidden and have them think I was fulfilling my reason for being here. I turned to the young girl who was up in a tree, looking down on me with an innocent smile. It was her, that girl I'd encountered the other day. She was probably upset that I hadn't made that boy fall in love with her. Either way, I hope she understood that love couldn't be forced, even by a seraph.
Hey, down there! I'm talking to you!
She jumped from the tree and landed right in front of me. "Yes, you're him. You're the Seraph," she said happily. I took a step back and sat on the red grass. The twinkle in her eyes told me she'd been looking for me. But what for? I was of no use to anyone, particularly a beautiful little girl like her. "Yes, I'm the Seraph. Is there something you need?" I said. She flicked her dark green hair and gazed at me with a smile. Her pale skin and light blue eyes were a calling of her youth. I suspected she was born a vampire by the smoothness of her skin and the innocence of her face. The fact that she still had little control over her emotions was telling. If she was here to ask me to help her in that arena, then she would be woefully disappointed. I couldn't even control my own emotions. "I've been looking for you all week. The last I heard, you were at the governor's mansion, but the governor hadn't seen you in days. Why are you out here all alone? Are you okay?" She sat next to me. I was bewildered by her concern for me. The last time I saw her, I'd refused her request. One would think she'd be angry with me. "I'm fine," I lied. "I just came out here to think, that's all. Shouldn't you be at home? It's late." "I'm 16 years old, so I'm technically an adult now." She rolled her proud eyes at me. "I thought vampires weren't considered adults until they hit 20 years of age." I gazed at her skeptically. 16, 20, what are 4 years on a timeline of eternity? Besides, in Treese, we're considered of age at 15. I had my ceremony last year. I was supposed to choose a mate, but as you know, the guy I chose didn't exactly want to be mated with me. I thought I was beginning to understand. "Why did you choose him?" "Because he's cute," she said unapologetically. I chuckled. "He's cute? That's your reason?" "Yeah, we've been friends since we were little. I thought he wanted to take it to the next level. Obviously, I was wrong." The sadness in her eyes told me she was still heartbroken over it. I could relate to her pain. However, I was sure mine was far more intense than hers. She was still young and had yet to find a mate. I, on the other hand, was forbidden from even seeking a mate. I'd existed for millions of years, and never had I thought I'd be here on this red world, drowning in sadness for someone I knew I could never have. "You look sad too. Is that the reason you're here? Did you lose someone?" She seemed genuinely concerned for me. Perhaps I misjudged her intentions. "I'm a Seraph. I'm not allowed to have someone to lose." "Still, your eyes tell me that you're just as depressed as I am. I can keep a secret, you know." I turned away from her. I have no secrets to tell. "Alashani, where are you? It's time to come home and eat," a woman shouted in the distance. The girl's eyes widened, and she jumped up looking frantic. "Oh crap, it's her," she whispered. I turned toward her and smiled. "Well, I guess our time is up. It was nice talking to you. Alashani, was it?" I gazed up at the sky and was about to bid her farewell until she grabbed my wrist and dug her claws into me. "This way!" she yelled. With her vampire speed, she whisked me away in the opposite direction of the woman calling. This little girl had to be one of the most spontaneous people I'd ever encountered. "What are you doing?" I said. "Running! What does it look like?" she huffed. I snatched my arm free and flew behind her. "I can see that you're running. What I want to know is why." "Because..." She stopped by a large tree with orange leaves and shiny white bark. "We haven't finished our conversation, and I don't feel like eating yet." She leaned against the tree to catch her breath. I gave her a strange look, planted my feet on the ground, and leaned against a tree not too far from her, crossing my arms. "Listen, Alashani, you seem like a sweet girl, but I was out here in the woods for some alone time. I don't mean to..." She threw a stick at me
and it landed right between my eyes.
Ha! Bullseye!
She exclaimed. I wiped my forehead and looked at her as if she were crazy. What is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me. I'm just trying to stop you from throwing me away just like everyone else does, including him.
She lowered her gaze and sat on the ground. I'm not trying to throw you away. I need some alone time, that's all. I couldn't believe I was explaining myself to this little girl.
Because someone left you, right? I can tell. You can't fool me. I'm right there with you. A person can tell when another person is going through a breakup.
Look, she didn't leave me.
So you left her?
It's a lot more complicated than that. I can't expect someone like you to understand. I shouldn't even be telling you this. I stood up. I have to go. It's been fun.
Wait!
She shouted as I flew into the air. Before I could make it past the trees, I saw her gliding toward me with her claws out. She had climbed the tree she was leaning on and jumped into the air before I could get too far. Just as I was about to fly out of the shade from the forest trees, she tackled me in midair, and we both tumbled to the ground. It was then I realized she was insane. We hit the ground, hard. Have you lost your mind? I shot to my feet and dusted myself off. She rolled on the ground, holding her knee.
Damn, that hurt,
she exclaimed. I sat back down and just stared at her. This girl wasn't going to let me leave.
You're so rude, Seraph. You keep trying to leave me. I haven't even told you why I was looking for you.
I sighed and crossed my legs. Fine, get whatever you have to off your chest. I'll sit here and listen, I promise. This girl was relentless. She sat up and crawled over to me. Leaves and pieces of wood were stuck in her hair, and her face was covered in dirt. I couldn't help but laugh a little. Hold still, I said. She stopped crawling and sat inches from me. I waved my hand in front of her, which cleaned away all the dirt and gravel from her face and clothes. She ran her fingers through her hair.
Wow, you're amazing. Thank you.
She flopped into my lap and hugged my waist tightly. These vampires were always so familiar with everyone they encountered. I pulled her off and sat her next to me. Now, I exhaled sharply. What is it that you want to talk about? She tugged the hem of her dress down and crossed her legs.
Can you please do me a favor?
Depends. What is it?
Do you think you can talk to Ballin and convince him to mate with me?
I hung my head low and sighed. I could only assume this Ballin was the boy who was with her the night we first met. Alishani, please understand. I can't do that. He made his feelings clear. It isn't my place to interfere with one's feelings.
I thought Seraphim were supposed to make people have feelings for each other. Isn't that your purpose?
Yes, but those feelings must already be there. I searched his soul that night. I'm sorry to say that he only sees you as a friend, I said, much to her distress. She looked down at her feet, and her eyes lost their light blue pigment. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear, but that's just the way of the world, for all of us.
So, I'm to go without a mate forever?
I smiled. Don't worry, Alishani. You're still very young. You'll find someone to mate with soon enough. Just give it time. I crawled over to her and gave her a friendly hug from behind. The poor girl looked just as I did when I first landed here. The best I could do was sympathize with her. It seems like we're both tormented by lost love, but fortunately for you, your heart can be healed with new love, unlike most people. She wiped a tear from her cheek.
Unlike most people? What about you? You never even told me what happened to you.
I held her tighter. You don't need to know. She scoffed.
You're so unfair, Seraph.
Please, call me Sylas.
Sylas. Anyway, you're so unfair. Why won't you tell me what happened to you? What's the big secret?
She looked up at me, still teary-eyed. It isn't my place to say. What I did was forbidden. I released my arms from around her, and she turned to me, more curious than ever.
Is that the reason you're here? Did you do something bad in that world, and as a result you were put here?
She was wise well beyond her years. Something like that. But it's a lot more complicated. I was cast out for interfering in the discourse of the human heart. That was the first time I was banished. The second time, I did something I knew would get me exiled, but I did it anyway. I paused.
Go on. What did you do?
She pressed. I looked down at the ground. Nothing.
Sylas.
She gave me a side-eyed glare. I couldn't believe this teenager was holding me hostage. To hell with it. I was already banned, shamed, and shunned by my peers. It would be of no consequence for this young vampiress to know the real reason I was here. She shook me by my shoulders.
Come on, tell me.
Alishani, you do know that I'm a Seraph. Most vampires exhibit a little respect in that regard. Aren't you even the slightest bit daunted about the consequences of patronizing a Seraph?
If you're not going to help me mate with Balin, the least you can do is be friends with me. I don't have many.
I put my hands over my face.
Hey, if you tell me what happened to you, then maybe I can be helpful in some way.
In what way can you possibly be helpful?
Cough up the info and we'll see.
How had I gotten myself into this situation? All right, fine, I said. She turned her back to me and laid her head in my lap. I fell in love with a human, I confessed.
What? A human?
She gasped, as if shocked.
That's forbidden even here. You're telling me it's forbidden where you're from too?
Not exactly. It's not the place, but the person. You see, it's forbidden for any member of the... I couldn't tell her about the rule of 3, so I had to improvise. The Seraph species, to fall in love with a mortal. She crossed her legs and bobbed her foot off her knee.
I see. So you were sent here to forget about her, I suppose?
Something along those lines, yes. Her fangs grew slightly.
If you love her, then why don't you go and find her? I know I'd die if that happened to me.
Yes, well, you're a teenage vampire who hasn't learned to control her emotions fully. I've been alive for millions of years. I've learned to have restraint.
Oh yeah? You didn't have restraint when you fell in love with that human, she said.
I twitched my lips and rolled my eyes. Little smartass. She may have had a point, but still.
I'll tell you what.
She jumped off my lap and sat in front of me, face to face.
I'll help you find that human if you help me find a mate. Agreed?
She extended her hand toward me, as if to gesture for a handshake. I laughed and pushed her hand down. I'll be fine on my own, but thanks anyway. Her eyes turned red.
I need a mate, Sylas. You don't understand.
The claws on her right hand extended, as did her fangs. I recognized it then. How could I have been so blind? It all made sense. This poor young woman was going through the tree vamp, or what humans called puberty. She was 16 after all, and she was at the ripe age for it to hit. That explained why she was so adamant about mating with that boy the night we first met. This was the last thing I needed. I took a few steps back and saw her eyes transition from red to gray. The blood passion was strong in her. Don't your people have a ritual or a process for you to find a mate? I asked.
Other city-states do, but not trees. Governor Latrice decreed our society would have freedoms the other city-states don't. It was said that you advised her on it. I don't really know. It all happened before I was born.
she said. I looked up to the sky as I recalled something about a law passed a few decades ago. I hadn't realized Mara would take my advice to heart like that. So, how do your people find a mate? I asked.
We're on our own when it comes to mating. That's why I need your help. I'll do whatever you wish. Just help me.
I exhaled and ran a hand through my hair. I couldn't understand why she needed my help. She had high cheekbones, dark green hair, fair skin, and nice full lips. I was sure she could get any boy she wanted. Listen, Alashani, you're a beautiful young woman. I have no doubt you'll find a mate within the next week or two. Squinting in her anger, she took a step toward me.
You just don't get it, do you, Sylas?
She pricked her wrist with her right fang, causing a droplet of blood to form just below her palm.
Here, smell this.
She shoved her wrist into my face. I backed away a tad to keep the blood from touching my nose. I don't smell anything. I pushed her arm away.
Exactly. You don't smell anything. Unlike every other vampiress on this planet, I don't have a lust influence in my system. How can I attract a mate without lust influence?
I was stunned. I'd never heard of a female vampire without lust influence in her blood. In the vampire world, that gift was a necessity when it came to mating. Even the most unattractive woman would have an advantage over her. How can that be? I asked. A gloomy sadness washed over her face.
I don't know. I was born like this. Anyway, help me find a mate, please, Sylas. I'll do anything you want.
I shook my head in disbelief. Within the span of a few hours, I'd gone from contemplating a way off this world and back to Anaya to becoming matchmaker to this poor girl.
Maybe in me, you'll find your expiation,
she said, eyes wide. I shied away from making eye contact. I didn't want or need expiation. I needed Anaya. She sat there, waiting for my answer. I lay flat on the ground and placed my hands under my head so I could think straight. After 50 years on this world, I still couldn't understand why I felt this way. My head was spinning, and this girl was only adding to the confusion. As I gazed into the bright red sky, a white dress covered my face out of nowhere. "Oomph!" I exclaimed as Alashani sat on my lap. Like a cat, she crawled on me and placed her head on my chest. Her temperature was cold, like most immortals, but the overwhelming sexual essence that most vampires emitted wasn't there. Alashani really didn't have the sweet aphrodisiac that all immortal women on this world possessed. She'd probably been shunned for most of her life because of it. It was no wonder she was a loner, like me.
You're going to help me, right, Sylas?
Her tears dripped onto my bare chest. Alashani, please. You're still so young. You have centuries to find a man who will mate with you regardless of what's in your blood. I know what you're going through.
How can you possibly know what I'm going through?
Hissing, she hugged me tightly and dug her claws into my sides.
You're a Seraph. You always have been and you always will be a Seraph. You can't possibly know what it's like to desire and yearn without any conduit to release those urges.
On the contrary, I know all too well. Having that knowledge is what got me sent here. She raised her head from my chest and grabbed my head.
So help me. If you know what I'm going through, then help me. Say you'll help me.
She shook my head back and forward as if I were a rag doll. Her eyes were boiling red. The animalistic lust that dwelled within the blood of all immortals was rising in her. If I refused, she might lash out at the first man she saw. Or worse yet, me. I couldn't believe her parents hadn't pacified her the moment she turned 16. The feelings she was going through must be torturous. Calm down, Alishani, I said soothingly. Her fangs extended to full length, as did her claws. The instant I felt her body shaking, I knew the position we were in was only feeding her desire for release. I dematerialized and reappeared above her on the branch of a tree. Shocked, she flipped over onto her back and gazed up at me.
How did you do that?
She said. Magic, I joked. She growled and started to climb the tree to get to me. I couldn't allow this young woman to get close to me again in her state. Extending my hand, I shot a sphere of energy at her that placed her in an illuminated bubble of suspension.
Hey, what are you doing?
She began to float up into the sky. If I help you, you promise not to attack me again?
I didn't attack you.
You were about to. I saw the look in your eyes and the way your body was reacting to me. If you're going to hang around me, you're going to have to learn to control your bloodlust. I took flight, and we both ascended above the forest into the vermilion clouds. The mists that covered the woods gave off this peaceful array of red and gold colors that reflected from the sun. It was beautiful.
This is amazing. I've never been this high up before, said Alishani. I turned my attention to the beautiful young vampiress and stared with sympathetic eyes. It was then I realized she reminded me of someone I'd known on the Earth of the 10th universe many millions of years ago. It was startling how people in reality could come full circle. Controlling the sphere I entrapped her in, I pulled her close to me and looked into her eyes for a moment. She smiled and reached out for me, but couldn't penetrate the sphere. All right, Alishani, I'll help you, I said. Her jaw dropped. Really?
Yes, I'll help you. I feel if you don't find a mate soon, you may force someone against their will. You know, your parents should be the one helping you with this.
There's something you should know about me, Sylas.
She hung her head.
I've been on my own since I was 11. My parents abandoned me when I was born. Since I lacked the lust influence in my blood, they called me an abomination. I've lived with one caretaker after another for years.
Surprised, I released her from the sphere, but allowed her to float beside me. Then who was that woman calling your name? I thought she was your mother.
My caretaker, but I'm old enough to be on my own. She doesn't like me much anyway.
She took my hand.
I'm glad I found you, Seraph. Sylas. We're going to have a lot of fun together.
I twitched my lips and raised a single eyebrow. What had I gotten myself into? Chapter 9. Alishani, that sweet young woman, was quite eccentric and at times unpredictable. After I agreed to help her, she became so ecstatic I was barely able to control her. I had no other choice but to put her to sleep and return her home. She had all the time in the world to choose a mate, and I was hoping her caretaker would better control her tree vamp than I could. By the time she did find me, I expected her initial bloodlust would have faded. Only then would I be able to help her in her quest to find a mate. Besides, I had my own problems to deal with. I still had to find a way back to the third universe. After 5 decades of sulking and reflection, the time had come for me to be in her arms again. Was my atonement not complete? I found myself walking toward a pond with water the color of gold. The pink fish that swam within it were unlike those of the earth I'd left. The water made these little creatures sparkle like fireworks in the sky. I knelt and placed my hand on the surface of the pond. The fish paid me no mind and kept about their swimming. In contrast with the fish from the third universe's earth, these didn't need organic food to survive. They lived off pure photosynthesis from the sun which gave them their pink pigmentation. Life here was so much simpler for many. Everything anyone could ever need was provided by their advanced technology. Despite the renowned cities built on this world, I chose to live in the forest. I found it so much more peaceful, and it gave me time to think. In the years I'd been here, I'd never journeyed to the human city-state of Asankti. Laying eyes on a human woman would be my undoing. I didn't want to be reminded of Anaya. While my decades of misery had only been a few weeks or even a month for her, I was sure she was just as broken-hearted as I was. If what she said the final night we were together was true, then I was confident she felt as I did. I didn't know what to do. "You need to forget about her," a voice whispered from behind me. I yanked my hand out of the pond and turned around. I knew I'd recognized that voice. "Come to twist the knife and dig it deeper?" I said. The vampire materialized in the center of the pond, glowing a red aura that reflected off the water. "Where's the human?" I asked. "You have no one to blame but yourself, Seraph. You chose this path. Now you must see it to the end." The vampire placed its feet on the water and walked as if the liquid were a hard surface. I sat on the ground and folded my legs. "Tell the Omni I've learned my lesson. Tell her I'm ready to come back," I pleaded, but the vampire could see through my subterfuge. Nothing was well within my heart or my mind. I was broken, and the only thing I could think about was Anaya. "You've learned your lesson?" the vampire said skeptically. "You haven't even begun your atonement. So much time wasted on this world, and still, you've learned nothing. Even now, your mind is plagued with the thoughts of that woman. Why do you continue to do this to yourself?" I stood and walked toward the vampire on the surface of the pond. "You are the vampire. I am the Seraph. You are free to do as you choose to mortals and immortals alike. Do you have any idea what it's like to be cursed with the gift of love and desire, but never be allowed to experience these emotions for yourself? No, of course you don't. How could you?" I turned my back to the vampire and held my head down. "Everything is as the Omni wills it, my friend. You are love, desire, purity, good nature, and I am lust, greed, darkness, hunger, thirst, all those that you are not. I cannot partake in your realm of traits, just as you cannot partake in mine. What you did on the third universe's Earth is what got you banished there. However, I never, and I mean never, thought you would take a human woman into your world. Worse yet, a descendant human." I turned back around swiftly and faced the vampire. "I didn't know she was a descendant," I bellowed. "Oh, you knew, Seraph. You knew. You allowed your feelings for her to cloud your judgment. All members of the Rule of Three know who the descendants are. The genes from all three of us flow through her. You felt it the night you took her," said the vampire. I allowed myself to fall into the pond. The fish scattered as I made my descent into the golden water. I was cursed with immortality, cursed with knowledge, but no guidance since I was banished from the Rule of Three. The vampire reached into the water and pulled me out. I dangled in the vampire's grasp like a lifeless corpse. "Seraph, please. The human and I need you back. Without you, we are incomplete. You must stop obsessing over this woman you know that you can never have. It isn't the Omni's will to see you suffer like this. All your misery is your own making." The human appeared and took me in its arms. The blue and white aura that arose from the human dried my skin and the white silk kilt I was wearing. "Is this an intervention or something?" "We are just here to check on your well-being," said the human. "Speak for yourself. I'm here to try to understand why the Seraph has made little to no progress," said the vampire. The human sat me on the grass and stared into the sky. I could no longer feel the Omni's presence. Like a lost child, I was stumbling around aimlessly without a clue as to what to do next. How could a Seraph become so lost? "Do you remember 3 million years ago, when you told me each of us has our own place in this divine system? And do you remember also telling me that if one deviates from the path, it will put our cluster of universes at risk?" said the vampire. "Our 10 universes are running smoothly. A chosen won't emerge from any of them for hundreds of years," I said. "So do you plan on using these years to do as you please? There are wider implications of your actions than for the fate of our universal cluster," said the human. "As long as you're here tormenting yourself with thoughts of that woman, you will never find true peace. We need you back as soon as possible. Wash clean your heart and mind of that mortal. Wash clean your past actions. And most importantly, wash clean your pride," said the vampire. I stood up and hovered just above the grass. "You cannot force me to cleanse my heart of love."
Love isn't meant for us. You are the entity that brings love. You should know its power. Our love is for the Omni alone. Our hearts aren't meant to be shared with mortals or vampires, especially those of the descendants. You risk catapulting an entire world into chaos if you continue to pursue that woman," said the human. "I know that," I shouted. My heart was full of guilt, but I couldn't just walk away from this. The human floated toward me and placed its hand on my shoulder. My skin shone gold as the human shone white and blue. "Do you feel that? That's our connection, the connection of the rule of 3. You are the Seraph, and you are irreplaceable. We will wait for you as long as it takes. The Omni is always with you. Cleanse yourself of past wrongs. Look deep within yourself and weigh all the consequences. When you're ready, we will be waiting," said the human. They both transformed into their ethereal forms and hovered in front of me. "Why did you come here if not to take me back? You know my will is strong and that I will never turn away from this woman. If you want me back, then ask the Omni to purge me of this obsession," I beseeched of them. "You have the power to purge yourself of this obsession," they spoke. I stared at my companions as they ascended into the sky. I knew they would also be watching. They were asking me to do the impossible. The moment I'd laid eyes on her, I'd known it would come to this. Seraphs experienced emotions far more significant than those of humans and vampires. I should have listened to my inner thoughts that begged me to stay away from her. Even after so many decades, my feelings for her had never waned, and I was afraid that they never would. As I stated before, I was cursed with the knowledge of what she was, and damned that I could never be a part of her life. The vampire and the human showered me with light before taking off into space. What was I to do? I didn't know anymore. I went back to the pond and dipped my hand into the water. I then noticed the sky had darkened. Just as fast as my companions had left, a dark force had replaced their presence. I already knew who it was. I could sense him. I could smell him. "Seraph,"
he hissed. He was the last being in the multiverse I wanted to see right then. His very presence boiled my angelic blood.
"Seraph. Seraph,"
he whispered tauntingly. I stood and turned my back on the pond, I recognized which part of this reality he would make his entrance. The pond began to boil, and I smelled the steam rising. "What the hell do you want, Apep?" I snarled. A dark void appeared above me, and out slithered that aberrant snake-like creature. Before he could exit his portal entirely, I encapsulated him in a sphere of golden energy. His portal vanished, and I had him stuck in space. We locked eyes for a moment.
Please, Seraph. I'm here to help you.
He struggled to say. "Help? You? Help me? Huh, don't make me laugh."
If you release me, I'll tell you why I've come.
I'm not in the mood for games or taunts, Apep. Shouldn't you be busy causing interstellar collisions or something? I released him from my sphere and flung him into the water. He took on his humanoid form and crawled from the pond on his hands and knees, coughing. "I don't understand you, Seraph. Why do you hate me so much? The Omni has deemed me necessary, just as the rule of 3 and so many other collectives in the multiverse." He stood and transmorphed his clothing into a bright green suit, black dress shoes, and a top hat with a red feather. "I am incapable of hate. I'm just not in the mood for your trickery." I rolled my eyes and walked off. "Don't you want to see Anaya again?" he said. I stopped in my tracks and turned around slowly. "Don't play games with me, Apep." He danced toward me, took off his hat, and bowed. "Oh, I would never try and trick someone as powerful as you. I kneel before you in submission. I am but a peasant in your kingdom." His smile was devious. I shook my head and enveloped him in another sphere of energy. "Wait, okay, no more games." He fought to move, but couldn't. I released him, and he fell to the ground. "What is it that you want, Apep? My patience is wearing thin." Coughing, he got back up on his feet and dusted himself off. I'm here to help you, as I said. What was done to you was wrong. I'm here to offer you a way back to the 3rd universe. Anaya waits for you there." I gave him a skeptical glare, and my skin began to radiate my golden glow. "Why should I trust you, Lord of Chaos, God of Trickery? You help no one but yourself. Just leave." I turned my back on him and tried to walk off again. I took a few steps before Apep opened a portal right above me. That was when I saw her, my Anaya, in her new apartment in LA, crying. "She misses you, Seraph. Allow me to send you back to her," he hissed. My emotions were overriding my logic. This could just be an illusion that he conjured up to get me to agree to whatever sick plan he had in mind. But seeing her there, sulking, had my heart in shambles. "Go to her, Seraph. You and I both know you want this," he said. The portal closed, and Apep appeared before me. I dropped to my knees and covered my face with both hands. "Do we have a deal?" He held his hand out to me. I looked up at him and gazed at his scale-covered hand. I was lost and confused. My heart was saying, "Do it," but my rationality told me to banish him from this world while I still had the chance. I stood and took a step toward him. He smiled, waiting for my answer. I looked up at the sky and silently asked the Omni for guidance. To go against the mother of all was to go against myself. I was lost, so lost. Anaya, Chapter 10.
found myself on the shore of a world that looked alien, yet so familiar. The atmosphere was a lot thinner than I was used to, and the water was so much purer. Everything around me looked like something out of a dream I once had. The grass was white, and the sky was reddish-orange. I had no idea how I'd survived in the vacuum of space and during the descent into this planet's atmosphere. But here I was. That damned Apep or Apophis or whatever the hell that snake's name was, he'd tricked me. I for damn sure wasn't going to be a slave, nor was I going to serve him in any fashion. Had he told me I was going to be jettisoned into a world of vampires? Oh wait, vampires. I never would have been tempted by his offer. I was always getting myself into shitstorms, but this time was the mother of all shitstorms. I rose to my feet and dusted the sand off my wet clothes. I didn't see any vampires around, so I supposed I was safe for the time being. As I gazed up at the red sky, I saw the portal I had fallen through close. I was stuck here, and the only way to get back was to find Sylas. That is, of course, if that demon snake wasn't lying to me, and Sylas really was here. If he wasn't, I was doomed. I crept off the shore and onto the grass, making sure not to create any noise that would draw attention. I didn't know what animals, bugs, or people lurked on this world. I could be supper to any number of things. I had to be cautious. For all I knew, the beast had thrown me onto the opposite of the planet where Sylas was located. I had to think the worst. That was the only way I was going to survive. I bent over, picked up a jagged rock, and ran it across my skin. Nope, this wasn't a dream. It was real. It was all real. A speck of blood dripped down my arm from where I had cut myself. I allowed it to bleed. I needed a reminder that I wasn't going crazy. Beasts, angels, vampires, the paranormal. All of it was real. No longer could I deny that. I was standing at Hell's Gate with nowhere to run. I had no other choice but to believe. Ahead of me was a luscious forest filled with white and orange trees. The visuals of this place were stunning. Well, so far at least. I had yet to see what dangers awaited me here. I wanted to call out Apep's name so he would appear and take me back home. But if I did that, there was no telling what creature would answer my call. Silence and anonymity were vital. The serpent said this world had a small human population, so all I could do was hope he'd thrown me as close to them as possible. I turned around and stared at the horizon of the sky and the ocean in all its red, gold, and orange coloring. That's when I noticed it was getting dark, as the sun was setting. If I wasn't in the heart of Vampyre land, then there wasn't a doubt in my mind that I was going to be someone's meal if I didn't find a place to hide. Like a sheep to slaughter, I'd be torn to shreds. I couldn't believe this was happening. "Hey, over here, guys! I think the meteor landed at the beach," someone said from the depths of the forest. The voice was distant, but I could hear it all the same. In a panic, I raced to the opposite side of their footsteps and hid behind a nearby tree. That was when I noticed the crater I'd just left. They thought I was a meteorite. Great. So much for discreet entrances. Now everyone in the area was going to come and investigate the meteor, or should I say, my landing. Fucking hell. I was screwed. "Do you see it? It's over here," a young girl said. 4 teenagers ran out from the trees and toward the crater I'd created with sticks in their hands. Their clothes were ragged, and they each had a different hair color. I'd never seen anything like it. The girl's hair was a bright pink, while the other girl's was red. The 2 boys had gorgeous blue hair. It was so bizarre. They surrounded the crater and began to search the area. I wasn't sure what they were looking for, but now was the chance to get the hell out of here. I tiptoed my way through the sticks and leaves that littered the ground. I had to be as quiet as possible. "Hey, do you smell that?" One of the young boys sniffed the air. "Yeah, you're right. It smells like a human," the girl said. "Shit, they're vampires. I'm dead." "Yeah, it is human. This ditch smells just like a human," the girl said. They looked around, searching. My scent had triggered them, and I was all but fucked. What the hell was I going to do? "Do you think the human is a revert like us?" the boy said. What the hell was a revert? As I retreated deeper into the forest, I stepped on a stick that cracked beneath my toes. "Damn it! Over there! I heard something!" shouted the girl. The time for slow exits was over. I had to get the hell out of there. As I saw the teenage group running toward me, I took off deeper into the forest. "I see it! It's a human female! Come on, you guys, she's getting away!" shouted the girl with pink hair. I huffed, running as fast as I could, but they were gaining. Damn you up, Pep. "Hey, wait! Don't run! We're not going to hurt you!" said the girl. I couldn't take any chances. I'd never seen people with hair like theirs, so I could only assume they were vampires. "Stay away from me!" I shouted. The girl with pink hair caught up to me and lashed herself onto my back. I twisted and turned until we both fell to the ground. Well, that was it. I was a dead woman. The rest of them ran toward us and surrounded me. The girl let me go and backed away. I grabbed a stick and started swinging it in all directions so they would back up. "Stay away from me, you bloodsuckers," I yelled. "Calm down. We're not vampires anymore," said the girl who tackled me. Out of breath, I stopped swinging and leaned against a nearby tree. The four of them observed me with wide eyes. One of the boys held his hands out and flashed me his teeth. "See? No claws or fangs. We're human, just like you," he said. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. This thin atmosphere was doing a number on me. You said you weren't vampires anymore. Are you going to transform back into vampires and kill me?" I asked. They looked at each other and started laughing. "Why are you being so silly? You can't transform back into vampires. Once you revert, there's no going back," said the girl with red hair. "What do you mean, revert?" Their laughter turned into bewilderment. "Are you serious, or are you joking?" said one of the boys. "Does it look like I'm joking?" I exclaimed. I grabbed the stick again. The girl with pink hair crawled nearer to me and sat down. "Where are you from?" she asked. "Earth. I'm from Earth." "This is Earth," she said, much to my surprise. I knew there were different Earths in the various universes according to what the Rule of Three stated, but I had no clue the people of each of them called it by the same name. I dropped the stick and stood up. "I'm from a different Earth." The girl stood and came closer to me. "Wait, are you a Seraph? I can't believe we found a Seraph," she said excitedly. The other three moved in on me and started twisting me around, grabbing my arms and legs. "I don't see any wings," said the pink-haired girl. I tossed them off and backed away farther. "I'm not a Seraph. I'm human." "Then how did you survive that meteorite? Is that where you came from?" she asked. I sighed. "It's complicated. Very complicated." They gazed at each other with wrinkled brows. "Listen, I was told there was a human population on this planet. Are we close to them?" "Nope, I'm afraid not. This is the city-state of Momaok. It's 100% Vampyre. Well, except us four. And you." I was confused as all get out. How in the world did these teenagers survive in a city full of vampires? The abnormalities of this world astounded me. We were actually on our way to the city of Asankti until we saw the meteor falling from the sky, said the red-headed girl.
Yeah, we decided to take a little detour. You're welcome to come with us, one of the boys said. I was skeptical. I didn't know if I could trust them. They were probably planning to leave me to slaughter or something. What is Asankti? And how were you all able to survive in a city of vampires? I asked. I wasn't going anywhere with them if their answers seemed contrived or deceptive. The pink-haired girl shook her head and gave me a perplexed look. The others followed suit in their confused stares.
All right, that's it, lady. Where are you from? Have you been living under a rock for the last few hundred years or something? Said the pink-haired girl.
I was already defying Sylas and the rule of 3 just by being here, and I didn't know what damage I could cause by telling them the truth. The 4 of them stared at me, waiting for an answer. I was hesitant. I had to think about what I should say to them.
Are you trying to hide the fact that you're a Seraph? Said the red-headed girl.
I'm not a Seraph. Trust me. I'm just trying to find someone. I'm from Earth, just not this Earth.
Wait, how many Earths are there? Exclaimed the girl with pink hair.
I don't know, but the Earth I come from isn't anything like this one. In this place, the sky is red, while on my homeworld, the sky is blue and the grass is green. More importantly, there are no vampires. They looked at me in shock. A blue sky and green grass? For the love of the gods, you're like an alien, said one of the boys.
And no vampires? How is that possible? Said the redhead.
Listen, you all. Up until a few years ago, I didn't even know vampires, evil snakes, angels, and a host of other supernatural entities even existed. My only goal right now is to get as far away from any bloodsuckers I can. Now, will you help me? They stared at each other and nodded. Sure, I guess you can tell us more on the way there.
Asankti is the human city-state we're going to.
The 4 of us recently reverted, so we're going there to live now, said the redhead. She's right. It's no longer safe for us here. Our parents disowned us, so we've been living in the woods for the last few weeks. We built a boat to sail across the ocean to Asankti. It should take us about 5 hours to get there, said the boy, standing next to her. I sighed in relief. I figured once I was out of Vampyre land, I'd ask anyone if they'd seen a Seraph fall from the sky, just as I had.
Come, this way,
said the redhead. She grabbed my arm and pulled me back to the beach. The other 3 ran ahead of us as I walked briskly with this little girl tugging me along. These teenagers seemed so animated and peculiar. It was strange. We made it back to the beach, and she let go of my arm.
Our boat is over here. You can help us paddle, she said.
I gazed into the distance and saw their makeshift boat. It was pretty impressive for having been built by a few teenagers. As with the trees, the wood they used to make the vessel was all white. They'd created sails from a material that I couldn't quite make out. It looked like silk, but it wasn't. Silk wouldn't be strong enough to be used as sails for a boat carrying 4 people. The other 3 ran to the boat, while the redhead and I walked. I found myself out of breath so quickly here. I'd have to get used to this thin air.
Nice, isn't it?
She said. I stopped walking and pulled her aside. I was curious about a few things. I had questions that needed to be answered. The more I found out about these people in this world, the better understanding I'd have of their nature. And the sooner I had that, the sooner I'd be able to find Sylas.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared of boats? She said.
No, I just want to know why your parents abandoned you.
Oh, it's because we reverted.
What does that mean? I asked curiously. They kept talking about reversion as if I should know what it meant.
Sorry, I forgot you're an alien. Reversion is what happens when a vampire transforms into a human. The 4 of us reverted sometime last month. Once someone reverts, there's no going back. To keep from being killed, we hid in the forest until we could build that boat. Asancti is the only place we'll be safe. That's where all the reverts go.
So, how did you revert?
I don't know. My boyfriend and I were kissing one day, and it just happened. I felt a sensation in my gut and heart, and then suddenly a burst of energy exploded from my chest. The next thing I knew, I was human.
What about your boyfriend? Did the same thing happen to him?
Yeah, it happened to both of us at the same time. Him, Bokai. He's my boyfriend. She pointed toward the boat at one of the boys prepping the sails. I was still a little confused about the whole process, but I felt comfort in that none of them would be transforming back into vampires. I'd hate to be on this boat and have them suddenly growing fangs with a murderous look in their eyes. What's your name, by the way? She asked.
It's Anaya Myers. Her jaw dropped as she took a few steps back.
Anaya Myers, you said?
She continued to stare at me as if I were a ghost.
Yes,
I said with uncertainty. By the look in her eye, I thought that maybe I should have lied about my name. Did Apep warn these people about my coming here?
Oh my gods! Hey, you guys, come here quick! She yelled at the others.
I began to get a little worried. The other 3 ran toward us as this redhead girl continued to stare at me without blinking.
"What's wrong, babe?"
said the boy who I assumed was her boyfriend, Bokai.
This woman is Anaya Myers, the one the Seraph song is about.
They all looked at me, stunned. Confusion wasn't a strong enough word to describe the thoughts churning in my head.
"Really? The song is true. Did you come for the Seraph?"
Bokai asked. I was beginning to wonder just how long Sylas had been here. It'd only been a little over a month since those deities took Sylas from me. That certainly wasn't long enough for stories, songs, and fables to be written.
"What song are you talking about?"
I asked. The song about how the Seraph fell from paradise and landed on our world 50 years ago for loving a mortal woman named Anaya Myers, he said. My heart skipped, and I nearly choked on my saliva. 50 years? I stuttered.
Yeah, that's when the Seraph came to our world,
said the pink-haired girl. I damned near pissed myself. 50 years? 50 freaking years! If he'd been here that long, he'd probably forgotten all about me. Questions upon questions upon questions were piling in my head. It felt as if my mind were going to explode like an erupting volcano. I'd been a fool to come here. In 50 years, there was no telling what had become of Sylas. Perhaps he'd fallen out of love with me years ago. Damn that Apep. He should have told me this.
So, is it true what they say in the song?
Asked the pink-haired girl. I tried to keep from crying. Is what true? I sniffed.
That you love each other. Romantic love is forbidden in the city of Momaok.
Yeah, we had to sneak around to be together, said Bokai. I wiped my face with my hands and tried to pull myself together. Yes, it's true. He's the reason I came here. I can't believe it's been 50 years. Do humans age like vampires on your world? You don't look like you're over 50, said the other boy. No, I'm not over 50. I'm in my 20s. I only lost him a month ago on my world. I can't believe it's been 50 years on your world. I sighed as depression entered my heart. Either time must pass much slower here, or it took me 50 years to get here through that portal. If it was the latter, then my family, friends, everything was long gone by now.
Wow, you're only in your 20s? That's amazing. You really are an alien.
The redhead smirked. I was so distraught. What would Sylas do when he found me here?
50 years was a long time to be away from someone. What if he'd given up hope? My mind was spinning. I didn't know if it was the facts of my situation or the thin air, but I was beginning to feel lightheaded.
Hey, you guys, we should get going while we have a little daylight left, said Bokai.
He was right. I for damn sure didn't want to be caught out in the dark with vampires roaming around. I calmed myself and joined the others on the boat. The only thing on my mind was to find Sylas as soon as possible. I wondered if Sylas would even remember me. Perhaps the song these kids talked about had faded from his heart. This whole situation was a mess. The two boys jumped down from the boat and pushed it off the beachfront. Once the boat slid safely into the water, they climbed back in and waved goodbye to the forest as we set sail to this human city. There was another question stinging in the back of my mind, but I was too afraid to ask it. The wrong answer would seal my fate. "You know, we are so rude," said the redhead. I turned my attention away from the ocean and gazed at the four of them. "How so?" I asked. "We haven't even told you our names." The pink-haired girl giggled. "I'm Koira," she said.
"I'm Grigoi,"
said the other blue-haired boy. "I'm Asani. I already told you my boyfriend's name," said the redhead girl. "Beautiful names," I said. I tried my best to appear cheerful, but I was failing. Within an instant, my world had been changed by a simple choice I'd been coerced into making. I had to find Sylas. The course of my life depended on it. Chapter 11. The stars twinkled in the night sky, appearing as tiny spherical rainbows. I didn't recognize any of the constellations, and that only confirmed that I was no longer in my universe. The stars were so much clearer here, as were the various gas nebulas. The fact that these nebulas could be seen so clearly with the naked eye was remarkable to me. It looked as if the clouds vanished when the sun had set, which opened the sky to the beauty beyond the atmosphere. It was a comforting moment in a dire situation. I didn't say another word the whole trip. My mind needed time to process everything. I kept thinking that villainous serpent, Apep, purposefully sent me here under false pretense for his own ends. Well, whatever that evil deity would ask of me, I'd refuse. I owed him nothing. He'd deceived me, and as far as I was concerned, that terminated whatever deal he thought we had. We sailed up to a beach. The sand on the shore seemed to radiate like crystallized orbs from a distance. It looked magical. This world was so much more different than the earth I called home. Despite the thin air, the oxygen here was as pure and clean as the water. It seemed as though the people here had decided to embrace nature, rather than destroy it. "Up ahead! It's a sancti!" shouted Koira. She jumped to her feet and waved her hands in the air. It was so dark, I couldn't tell whom she was waving to, but whomever they were, I could hear their voices. "This is the port where new reverts come. Stand up, Anaya. Let's greet them," said Asani. The excited expression she and the others had on their faces put me at ease. I guessed it was safe to say that they weren't leading me into a trap. Grigoi tossed a rope into the water, and it caught on to a neon blue pole, which guided us to the shore. The glow from the sand illuminated the tunnel entrance. "Hold on to something!" screamed Koira. Before I could see what she was talking about, the entire boat nosedived off a waterfall into an undersea tunnel. "Holy crap!" I yelled as I gripped the side of the boat to keep from flying off. We hit a large pool of water, which splashed back into the boat, soaking us. The boat soon stabilized, and we found ourselves traveling through a glass passageway. It was beautiful. The water was a blend of red and blue. The colors separated as if oil and milk had collided. Between the two colors was a small shade of purple in this mystic water. The fish brightened the tunnel we were traveling through with their translucent, ever-changing colors. I'd never seen fish like this before. It was amazing. "It's just like they described it. Wonderful," said Bokai. The passageway soon ended, and we entered a dark tunnel fortress that appeared as if the night stars were trapped in this black void. The whole area was lit up like a galaxy full of burning stars. I wanted to fly up and touch them.
Are you the reverts?
Asked a man in a broody voice. He was carrying a blue-lit weapon with a design I'd never seen before. The 4 of them hopped off the boat and met with him. With no warning, UV lights flashed from above, straining my eyes momentarily. "Ah!" I screamed, before covering my face until the lights went off.
Just a precaution. Vampires have tried to infiltrate us before using our haven tunnel. We can't risk taking in any vampires,
the man said. He handed his weapon off to someone I couldn't quite make out. My eyes were still adjusting to that sudden flash.
You said there were only 4 of you. Who's she?
He asked Bokai. "She's an alien. She came here for the Seraph," Asani said. The man laughed.
An alien? She sure doesn't look like one.
He came up to the boat and extended his hand to me. I squinted to get a better look at him. He reached for me, and I took his hand. With a slight tug, he pulled me into his arms, and I dropped from the boat right into him.
You don't feel like an alien either.
He set me down on the stone pavement where I rejoined the others. "She is an alien. She came from that meteor that hit the shore a while ago. Her mission is to find the Seraph," Asani said enthusiastically. Koira nudged her shoulder. "Shh, did it ever occur to you that she wants to keep her mission secret?" she whispered to Asani. "Teenagers, such wild imaginations, right?" I said, laughing. The man gazed at me closer, and I could tell he was growing suspicious.
Maybe not entirely.
He passed his fingers over a few strands of my hair.
I've never seen a human or vampire with this color hair before. It's so dull.
I pulled away. I dye it every so often.
Do you dye your eyebrows too?
He took his weapon back. I started to get nervous. I'm definitely not a vampire if that's what you're thinking. I tried to keep my voice from cracking.
Of course you aren't. If you were, then you'd have been ash the moment those UV lights flashed. I'm just wondering if...
He smelled me.
You weren't something else.
What else could I be? By then, I was trying to keep my knees from buckling. Maybe coming here had been a mistake after all.
Tell me, what's the name of the 14th planet in our solar system?
The question floored me. The 14th planet? I wasn't from this world, and I knew he could tell just by the look on my blank face.
Well,
he pressed. I don't know. I never paid much attention in school. I hoped he bought my excuse.
So you're saying that you ignored your instructors to such an extent that you don't know we only have 9 planets in our solar system?
He smiled. I curled my lips and looked at him side-eyed. The bastard tricked me. I was becoming annoyed. What exactly are you getting at? My question was blunt, and I didn't try to hide my irritation.
You may be the one we've been waiting for.
He strapped his weapon over his shoulder and continued to smile at me. The perplexity of this situation was getting more intense. All I wanted was to get out of harm's way and then somehow find Sylas. Now, it seemed as if I was playing a central role in the beliefs of the people here. What the hell had Sylas been saying about me all the years he'd been here?
Our Chancellor has been waiting for this day for ages. But first, tell me, are these kids telling the truth? Did you come from that meteor?
I laughed nervously. What human being could land on a planet from a meteor? That's crazy talk. I'm a revert just like them.
You're no revert,
said a woman from an approaching crowd.
Chancellor Saravanita.
the man said before he took a bow. A group of armed men and women surrounded this woman. Her hair was silky, bright orange. Her skin was a few shades darker than my own, and her eyes were a light gray. Words wouldn't be able to describe how gorgeous she was. I saw the meteor. We all saw the meteor. There hasn't been a meteor landing on this planet since the coming of the Seraph. I can tell by the look of you that you're no Seraph. That can only mean you are human. A human from another world. You have to be. As I gaze upon your face and body, I can tell you are not from here. You look nothing like any human on our planet, she said. The guards surrounded me. This was my own damn fault. I'd agreed to come here without any prior knowledge of this world or the nature of the people. And it seemed if I kept up this ploy, they'd probably become hostile. I damn sure didn't want to find out what these people were like when they got angry. I put my hands up and sighed. All right, yes. I came from that meteor. I'm nothing special, and I don't have any agenda other than to find Sylas, the Seraph.
We don't even know if that Seraph exists, Chancellor. For all we know, it's just a story, whispered one of the guards. I know the Seraph exists. If she does, then so must he, she responded. I was starting to wonder what they wanted with Sylas. It also scared me to death that none of them had seen him. I had to ask, "Excuse me, but are you saying that not one of you has even laid eyes on this Seraph?" No. However, I'm confident that he's somewhere on this world. All we need to do is find him, said their chancellor. My heart dropped into my stomach. If not one person here had ever met him, then there was no guarantee he was even here.
He's in the city of Trace. It's the neighboring city-state of Momaok. My friend Alishani says she met him there before, said Koira. Everyone stared at her in awe, and my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe she was just now telling me this.
Are you sure about that, child? Said their chancellor.
Well, I'm not sure if he's still there, but I do know he exists, she said. And you're sure your friend was telling you the truth? I asked. She scoffed. Of course I'm sure. She said the Seraph was her only chance to find a mate. She had no reason to lie. Joy filled my heart, and my eyes lit up. If he was here, then I was confident he had to have seen the meteor. He'd come looking for me. I knew that much. Adisa, please make sure these kids get something to eat, as well as a shower and some clean clothes. They've had a long journey, the chancellor said to the guard who had questioned me earlier. She looked me up and down and smiled. Bring this one to my chambers. We have much to discuss. The look in her eye told me that I probably didn't want to find out what was in her chambers. How far away is the city of Trees from here? I asked. All the guards and the chancellor stared at me, wide-eyed. Koira and Asani started laughing. You can go back the way we came and land in Momaok. From there, you can walk to Trees. It's about a 10-mile hike, though, said Asani. Thanks. Do you think I can borrow your boat? Sure, you can have it. We won't be needing it anymore, said Bokai. Again, thank you. Well, it was nice meeting you all. I'll be on my way. I turned my back to them and said a silent prayer in hopes they'd let me leave. I took a few steps toward the boat before that Adisa guy pulled me back.
Where do you think you're going?
He asked. I yanked my arm out of his grip and came face to face with him. I'm going to find Sylas. He's the reason I came here. Everyone burst out laughing, including their leader. What's so funny? My annoyed expression was evident.
You're what's so funny.
Adisa wiped a single tear from his eye after having laughed so hard.
If you think you can make it to Trees by walking through the forest of Momaok, you're insane, he said.
If I stay hidden during the night and walk in daylight, then I'm sure I can make it, I refuted. They all started laughing even harder. What is it? I asked, irritated. It's true. You really aren't from this world, said their chancellor. Then enlighten me. I crossed my arms. I don't know what stories you've heard, but vampires are free to roam on the brightest day in the summer. In other words, they can survive in the sunlight, said Adisa. Right then, it felt as if someone had roundhouse kicked me in the gut. That was impossible. You were joking with me, right? I wish I was. Our magnetic field filters the UV rays from the sun. Our world is red for a reason, he said. I didn't know how to react. My plan lay in shambles. That had never even occurred to me. To think, these people weren't safe at night or during the day. Even worse, I had no idea how I was going to get to Sylas now. If he was in the heart of a city run by vampires, then I'd be risking sudden death by going after him there. As I was saying, we have much to discuss. Join me in my chambers for some wine, fruit, and cheese. I'm sure you want to get out of those torn, dirty clothes and rest a little, said the Chancellor. I was stuck. What other choice did I have? A shower and some food did sound ideal, but the way she kept staring at me was making me nervous. As much as I wanted to analyze the nature of these people, time was something I didn't have on my side. This thin air was making it difficult for me to breathe at times, and I was becoming lightheaded. Maybe I was just dehydrated. A beeping noise suddenly echoed all around us, and a large door descended from the opening of the tunnel, cutting us off from the outside. The Chancellor approached me with her palm up and grabbed a handful of my hair. So strange. I've never seen a color such as this, she said. I sidestepped and pulled my head back. Yeah, well, I've never seen people with bright and shiny hair like yours either. Those from my world usually dye their hair these colors to look different or unique. We can talk about this in my chambers. Now, let's get you all cleaned up and some food in your belly, she said. The teenagers hugged each other happily. Thank you, I'm starving. Human food has become quite palatable, said Koira. The Chancellor turned around, snapped her fingers, and walked back the way she'd come. All the guards followed her, and Adisa, with his mildly dirty yet firm hands, grabbed my wrist and tugged me along. I can walk on my own, thank you very much. I snatched my hand back and walked past him. Some other guards stayed behind and began to dismantle the boat. It appeared, for the time being, I was stuck here. But I was glad that I was safe. All I had to do was somehow get to Sylas. It wasn't going to be easy, but I had to find a way. Chapter 12. Please, have a seat, the Chancellor said. When she'd invited me to come to her chambers, I'd had no idea she meant her home. She lived inside the government's quarters, which weren't too fancy, but still lightly extravagant. After a shower and some new clothes, I felt refreshed. I wasn't sure if the things they wore here had to do with fashion or necessity, but just about all the outfits the women wore here, which were mainly dresses, were almost see-through. Perhaps it had something to do with the warm climate. Whatever it was, the dress the Chancellor gave me was extremely comfortable. When she first handed it to me, I thought it was a nightgown. The material was lighter than silk, but more durable. If Sylas could see me in this, he'd probably lose himself. How's the wine? She asked. I hadn't yet tasted it, but it smelled like sweet fruit juice. I supposed I could acclimate, lest I stand out to everyone. She sat next to me and crossed her legs. The dress she wore was almost identical to the one she'd given me. Mine was pink, while hers was a light emerald. I took the glass from the nightstand next to the bed we were sitting on and pressed it against my lips. then allowed the warm liquid to enter my mouth. To my surprise, the drink tasted more like sweet nectar than alcohol. In fact, I didn't taste any alcohol at all. "Good, isn't it?" she said before sipping from her cup. "Yes, it's delicious, but I don't taste any alcohol." I took another sip. "Of course you wouldn't. That's Lukiki wine." "Lukiki what?" I set my glass down. "It comes from a rare fruit in one of our forests up north. It's tasteless and allows for good mixture with various juices. But make no mistake, with just a few sips you'll start feeling the buzz." She laughed. I gave her a strange look and pushed the glass aside. That was the last sip of that wine I was going to take. I'd told myself long ago that after the Reston incident and what happened the night of Marquise's death, I was never getting drunk again. "So, is your name Anaya Myers, just like it is in the Song of the Seraph?" She inched closer to me. "Yes, that's my name. I'm not sure what stories you've heard, but as I said before, I'm nothing special, Chancellor." "Please, Anaya, you can call me Sarah. That's my first name. Most call me Chancellor Vanita, but you don't have to. I'm not your Chancellor." She smiled and took another sip from her glass. I didn't know how I was going to ease the conversation into convincing her to take me to that tree city so that I could find Sylas. The humans here had probably sanctified this city, as it was free from vampires. Putting their safety at risk wasn't something I wanted to do, especially on my account. I'd be happy to make the journey alone as long as I had the resources to do so. Perhaps I could persuade her to give me the tools I needed. However, looking at her now, I could tell she was going to want something in return, and I could only guess what that would be. "Tell me about your world." She placed her hand on my right knee as 3 men walked in, holding plates of grapes and other types of fruit I couldn't recognize. They were shirtless, with almost see-through boxer shorts. Their muscles were bulging with tattoos all over their necks, chests, and arms. What kind of hedonistic city had I stumbled into? One of the men placed a plate on the bed beside us, and Sarah took a grape between her thumb and index finger. "Open your mouth," she said. I sighed. Why did things like this keep happening to me? Sarah ran the grape over my lips until I opened my mouth. It rolled on my tongue until I bit down, releasing the sweet juices of the fruit onto my taste buds. It didn't taste like a grape, but it was delicious all the same. "Do you treat all your guests this way?" I asked. "Only those who are special. And you, my dear, are exceptional." She placed another grape in my mouth. The man who'd set the plate near us smoothed out the sheet we were sitting on and sat on the opposite end of the bed. His smell was damn near hypnotic, almost erotic. In what way am I special? I tried to break the sexual tension building in the room by leaving them on the bed alone and walking over to the window. That depends on your answer to the question I'm about to ask you. She rubbed her hand against the man's abs and chest. I tried not to look embarrassed or stunned by what they were doing. I wasn't used to seeing blatant displays of affection like this. What would you like to know?" I began to stutter, despite my best efforts not to. "I want you to tell me about your world. More importantly, I need to know how you got here." The man started to caress her. I was beginning to wonder if they were going to fuck right here in front of me. I didn't want to be rude and tell them to stop. This was her home, after all. "Are there any vampires on your world?" she asked. I leaned against the windowsill and crossed my arms. I didn't even know vampires were real until recently. All this is a new experience for me. I was taught to be analytical and skeptical about everything. But now, with this, me being here, watching you with that man's hand up your skirt and your bright orange hair. To tell you the truth, I don't know what to believe in anymore. The only thing I know is that I have to get back to Sylas. Why is this Seraph so important to you? Her eyes widened, and a bright smile formed on her face, as if she'd realized something. Oh, you love him, don't you? As Sarah sat up, the man wrapped his strong arm over her breast and pulled her back onto the bed.
Right here, right now,
he said to her. The other two men joined them on the bed and removed their boxer shorts, revealing their thick, throbbing manhoods. I was floored. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You look uncomfortable. Do people not make love on your world? She asked. Yes, we do, but not in front of people we just met. Most of us don't do it in front of people at all. We value privacy. The three men fondled her and started to peel away her dress and undergarments. That doesn't seem like much of a fun society. We humans are an endangered species. If we don't reproduce, we'll go extinct. She held her hand out toward me. Would you like to join us? I was shocked she would even ask. As tempting as that sounds, I think I'll pass. One of the men took what was left of my wine and poured it all over her breast. The other two began sucking and licking her body. The four of them were sweating profusely, and the scent of sex filled the air. I think I'll give you all a minute. I circumnavigated the bed to the door and tugged the handle, only to find it was locked, so I crept back to the window. Sarah moaned and panted as the three men licked and caressed her body. You haven't told me about your world, Anaya, she said. Was she toying with me? You want to have this conversation while you have sex? I asked. One of the men inserted his middle finger inside of her, while the other two each had one of her breasts in their mouths. For a moment, it felt as if I couldn't move. Arousal crept its way into me as I gazed at the four of them enjoying one another. I backed into the farthest corner of the room and stared in disbelief. When I invited you here, I was hoping you'd be willing to join in. But it seems as if you're going to need a little persuasion. She snapped her fingers, and one of the men climbed off her. He slowly made his way toward me, with lust in his eyes. Huh? I exclaimed. Think of it as a bond of sisterhood. You help me, and I'll help you. If you wish to see Sylas, then you're going to need our aid. The man reached for me, but I shied away. This was insanity. What do you want from me? I want you, your body. I've never made love to an alien woman before. The man grabbed my arm and tried to pull me toward the bed, but I resisted. I couldn't believe this shit was happening to me. Look, I'm not an alien. I just come from a different dimension. Tell him to let go of me. I held onto the windowsill and tried to wiggle my arm out of his grasp. Interdimensional sex, you say? That sounds even better, she said lustfully. It was then I realized this bitch was fucking nuts. I had to think quickly. I can't have sex with you. I have a disease that only a Seraph can cure. If I sleep with anyone, they'll die. That's the reason I'm looking for him. I'm cursed. Do you understand? Cursed! I shouted. The man finally let go of me, and I ran to the door. They stopped what they were doing and sat up on the bed. The man who tried to pull me in took a few steps back. I've never heard of anything like that. Did the Seraph curse you? She asked. Her tone sounded sympathetic. Yes, he did curse me. He's a very jealous being, and he doesn't want anyone touching me. Sylas proclaimed that I belonged to him alone, and no one else. Think of it as a mystical chastity belt. The look on their faces told me they were buying it. She lay back on the bed and pulled the two men close to her breasts. Such a shame. I guess you'll just have to watch. The third man joined them and buried his head between her thighs. If it's the same to you, I'd rather not watch. In fact, I'd like to get some fresh air. I'm not used to the atmosphere on this planet, and I become short of breath fairly quickly. I went back to the door, and I continued to tug on the handle while putting on a fake smile.
I'm afraid you can't leave,
said one of the men.
Intimacy is essential in our world. It isn't some cavalier venture, nor is it taken lightly. Once two people mate, separation is rare and sometimes fatal. What you see before you isn't some orgy to please our desires. We do it for the good of our species. No, you must watch.
From that point, I didn't know how to react. It seemed as if I had no choice but to stand here and gaze at their symbiotic foreplay. I released the door handle and slid down the wall until I was sitting with my knees against my chest. My gaze was glued to the floor. All the lights in the room dimmed, and it seemed as if the temperature had increased. I didn't want to do it, but curiosity struck me as their overwhelming sensuous moans grew louder. I looked up, and 6 bodies were there, completely naked, caressing each other. I didn't know how or why, but 2 additional women had joined them on the bed. Where they came from was a mystery to me, but it had happened all the same. There must be another entry into this room. Those women couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. I got up and walked around, careful to stay close to the walls to find this door or whatever entryway they'd come from. I didn't want to ask, as that man was adamant about my not leaving. The scent of sex filled the already moist air, and I could smell every particle of it. As I made my way past the bed, Sarah gazed up at me and smiled. The other 2 women turned their attention to me as well and reached out for me. "I want to taste her," said one of them. I pulled back just before she could grab me. Had I known the humans on this world were nymphomaniacs, I probably would have just taken my chances with the vampires. "She isn't used to our customs. Leave her be," said Sarah, just before the man lying on top of her pushed his cock inside her hot, sweating body. She moaned, wrapped her legs around him, and kissed him deeply. Their bodies slapped against each other with fury. 2 of the men began kissing each other, as the women were paired with sucking their throbbing cocks. I'd never seen anything like it before. I had to stop staring and find a way out of here. But it was becoming difficult for me to look away. The way they were making love was so damn hypnotic. I sidestepped the bed and felt around the walls for a way out. There had to be a trap door or a hidden exit around here somewhere. The man making love to Sarah whipped his long white hair back and looked me in the eyes as he pounded her. Droplets from the sweat in his hair flew through the air and landed on my arm and shoulder. The pleasure painted on his face as he drove his pulsating manhood in and out of her was weakening my self-made barriers. His mouth was wide, and he unleashed a powerful moan each time he pushed deep inside her. The other 2 couples lay on the bed, one missionary, the other lying in downward dog position. The smell emanating from their bodies was so sweet, it made me sweat. More than ever, I needed Sylas. I'd never felt a hunger like this before. "You have to tell me about your world, Anaya. A world without vampires seems like paradise." "Oh, yes, deeper," exclaimed Sarah. "Paradise isn't exactly how I would describe my world," I said, without moving an inch from the spot I found myself stuck in. The 3 women held each other's hands. All couples were now in the missionary position, and the women's legs were clamped tightly around their male lovers.
"How does my cock feel, Chancellor?"
asked the man she was making love to. "Like ecstasy, my lover. Pure ecstasy," she whispered. "Then let us all come together," said the woman to her right. Looking away was no longer an option. I had to see how this played out. I was no voyeur, but this display of lovemaking had my full attention. The sounds coming from them were making me hot and bothered. A part of me wanted to join in, but I knew I couldn't. What would Sylas think of me if I did?
"Where did you want me to come, my Chancellor?" the man said. She grabbed his head and gazed into his gray eyes. "Deep inside of me, as deep as you possibly can," she commanded. Her inner thighs were shaking, and the seriousness in her voice damn near made me moist. I sat on the floor and watched as the other two women shared the same sentiments as Sarah. "Spill your seed deep inside of this body," said the woman to her left. The men looked at each other and smiled. Climax was coming. I could almost sense it. "I want you to force me to come inside of you. Do you hear me? Don't let me pull out. Force it. Show me that you're worthy of my seed,"
the man to the right of Sarah said to his lover. The sexual savagery of their words was hot as hell. Their passion mirrored that of what Sylas and I had the time we gave ourselves to one another. The sounds of skin slapping against skin intensified. Sarah's legs were wide in the air, and her breasts bounced with each strong push of the man's cock into her.
"Say it,"
he said. "Come inside of me," Sarah whispered.
"Say it!"
"Come inside of me," she screamed. The other two women echoed the same words, just as the men plunged their cocks deep inside of their lovers in unison, filling their hot, sweaty bodies with their seed. All three women grabbed their lovers' backsides and held them in, wrapping their legs around them. The way their bodies were shivering, I could tell the women were coming as well. The man to the right of Sarah tried to pull out, but the woman, as promised, refused to let go, no matter how much he struggled. It seemed as if he wanted it. Her refusal to let go only intensified his climax. He screamed in pleasure as she held onto him like a bear trap until they rolled off the bed and landed on the floor.
"Holy shit!"
the man gasped as they crawled back onto the bed. A sense of euphoria filled the room. I sat there in amazement. The desire to feel what they felt was overwhelming me. I had to get to Sylas, no matter what it cost me. That much I knew. Sarah closed her eyes as her lover lay on top of her. She ran her fingers through his hair while he rested. The other two couples did the same. I stood and continued to evade the bed until I put pressure on a part of the wall that budged slightly. Gently, I pushed farther until it opened wide. I'd finally found it. The way out. I stepped through the hidden entrance and found myself in an anteroom with a large round table and wooden chairs. To my surprise, at the head of the table sat Adisa, eating what appeared to be a salad covered with some form of red dressing.
"Finished so soon?"
He smiled while chewing his meal. I quietly closed the door behind me and walked as fast as I could toward the table. "What the hell was that about?" I bellowed.
"What was what about?"
I saw him trying to hide the amusement on his face. I crossed my arms. "You know what I mean. The sex party I was unwittingly invited to." He chuckled.
"It wasn't a party, my alien friend. Chancellor Vanita invites everyone who seeks refuge into our city into her bed. It's become a tradition these last few years. Don't worry. The kids you came here with will have their turn soon enough."
He continued to eat his salad, as if what I'd experienced was a regular occurrence around here. "Wait, you mean those teenagers? She's planning to inflict that on them? Aren't they a little young to be exposed to that type of stuff?" He took a sip of water and laughed.
"I don't know how things work on your world, but here, people as young as 13 are required to mate. As long as they've gone through puberty, everything is allowable. We have to take into consideration that our species can go extinct if any of those factions of vampires decide to go on a drinking spree."
Mortality doesn't enter into it. We do this for survival. Besides, vampires are much worse than we when it comes to pleasures of the flesh. They're like addicts when it comes to sex. It is, as they say, the way of the vampire.
He finished his salad and began to pick at his teeth.
Don't worry about them. Those teenagers were born vampires. I'm sure they've been exposed to much worse than what you just saw.
I sat at the table and laid my head down over my arms. These people were too much for me to handle. Are there any other surprises I should know about? I asked. He continued to pick his teeth.
Well, that depends on what you consider a surprise. What you would think a surprise may be normal to us.
I lifted my head and stared at him for a moment. It was clear that I needed a rundown of their customs so I'd know what to expect. The last thing I wanted was to be blindsided by Chancellor's sex addict again. Adisa, if you have a moment, do you think you can tell me about your culture and traditions? Just a quick summary of the important details would be nice. He smiled and put his pick down.
Sure, but what do I get in return for this lesson? He asked.
I raised my brows. My undying gratitude.
I'm afraid that won't be enough.
He stood from his chair and came over to me. I sat straight up and gave him a watchful gaze. I hoped he wasn't planning to request what Sarah wanted from me. He snatched a chair next to me, then turned it backward and sat within an inch of me.
I require something from you too, Anaya.
I backed away a bit. And what's that? I was on my guard.
Information. I want to know how you got here. Is it true there are no vampires on your world?
I guessed I'd humor him. I hoped he'd be my ticket out of here eventually. You are correct. There are no vampires on my world. Just billions of humans.
I see. Well, your world sounds much like ours before that massive destructive meteor struck our planet all those centuries ago. Now, how exactly did you get here?
He leaned in, and his eyes were more curious than before. I was reluctant to tell him the details of what brought me here. Sylas once told me I wasn't to reveal anything about their world to anyone. And I didn't want to cause a panic by telling these people that Apep was real, or by disclosing the existence of the Rule of Three. I turned my head toward the table and ran my hand through my hair. I had to think of something to tell him. I didn't want to build a forest of lies that I wouldn't be able to free myself from, but I had no other choice.
Is it a secret or something? He pressed.
No, it's just that I'm still a bit traumatized over the whole ordeal. It isn't easy to talk about, I said. That, at least, wasn't a lie. He placed his hand over mine on the table and pulled me close.
Are you afraid to tell me?
It seemed as if he was growing suspicious of my evasion of his questions. No, of course not. I just have a mild case of post-traumatic stress. That's all. He held my hand tighter.
I can imagine. Falling to Earth from a small meteor and surviving must have been quite unnerving.
Yeah, it was, I said nervously. I noticed him drawing his face closer, as if he wanted to kiss me. The breath from his nose was cool on my face. As attractive as he was, my heart still belonged to Sylas. I pulled away and put my hands on my lap. I fell through a portal and ended up here. I had no idea what I was getting into or what to expect. I saw a chance to follow Sylas, and I took it. I don't even know if I can make it back. I have to find him to figure out this mess I've made for myself, I said.
Was the Seraph the one who created the portal?
No, it was something else. And they're long gone. For all I know, it took me 50 years to get here, and all my friends and family are either really old or passed away. I grabbed his right hand. "Can you help me find the Seraph? Maybe he'll have the answer we both seek," I pleaded. He put his left hand on my shoulder.
"If our Chancellor allows it, then yes. Our goal was to find him from the start. And now, with you here, our task will be much simpler."
He began to massage my neck.
"Get some rest, Anaya. We can talk more about this tomorrow. I'm sure Chancellor Vanita will be occupied until morning anyway."
He stood and walked toward the exit I'd just come from. I was hesitant to go back into Sarah's room. There was no telling what she might do to me while I was sleeping.
"Are you coming?"
he asked. I exhaled deeply and tried to keep my tension at bay. "Is there another room I can stay in? I'd like to have some time to myself." I think he knew the real reason I didn't want to sleep in their Chancellor's room. It was written all over me. He smirked.
"Sure, right this way."
I followed him down the hall. The floor was layered with a soft red carpet that tantalized my bare feet. While it'd been dark by the time we got here, and the underwater passageway hadn't allowed us to see the exterior of this mansion, the architecture of the interior was reminiscent of the old European Renaissance period. I hadn't realized until then just how massive this place was. The paintings on the ceilings and walls told the story of humans transforming into vampires, and vice versa. Various four-winged angels at the center of man and vampire radiated their white light on the masses, guiding them, teaching them. It was beautiful.
"You may stay in here. I'm sure the Chancellor will make love twice more before she falls asleep. You needn't worry about her coming to look for you,"
he said. He opened the door to the room, and it was modern and simple. It had just about everything I needed. "Thank you, Adisa." He nodded.
"Not a problem. There are clothes in the closet. I'm sure they'll fit you. One size fits all around here."
He laughed. "I'm sure it does," I replied. I went over to the bed, and Adisa followed me.
"May I get you anything else?"
"No, I'll be fine here for now. Thanks again." Before I could glance away, he wrapped his strong, muscled arms around my waist and pulled me against him. It felt as if my heart damn near jumped out of my chest. His breath was on my neck.
"I'm sorry, Anaya. It's difficult to control sometimes,"
he said. It appeared as if he was struggling to keep from kissing me. The shock had overcome my body, and I was frozen still. I couldn't help but notice that the smell of his skin was sweet, like chocolate honey. Why was everyone on this world so sweet-smelling? It was almost as if his pores were leaking euphoria. I looked up at him. "Adisa, you have to know that I'm in love with Sylas. On my world, when you love someone, you will feel compelled to remain faithful to them. That means no intimacy with anyone but them." He released me, and I pulled away.
"On this world, sharing partners is celebrated. Love and sex are not mutually inclusive. However, I will respect your wishes, even if every atom in my body wants to take you here and now."
He pushed himself away and took a few steps back. We stared at each other for a brief moment, then he turned around and scurried out of my room. I stood there confused. I had no idea what he meant when he said it was difficult to control. What did he mean by it? I'd have to ask him tomorrow. Right now, I needed to rest, and that soft white bed covered in pillows was calling my name. I hopped in and wrapped myself in the covers. Today was a day that would be imprinted on my memories for the rest of my life. I'd say a silent prayer and hope tomorrow went a bit smoother. Chapter 13. "Morning, Miss Alien!" A young voice shouted from the foot of my bed. I already knew who it was. The bright red rays of light that beamed through the window of the room had finally hit me in the face. It was too early for this. I turned onto my stomach and put a pillow over the back of my head.
"Go away, Asani," I bellowed. I could hear her crunching on some hard breakfast bar, or candy, or whatever it was. Just a few more hours was all I needed. I should have locked my door last night after Adisa left.
Wake up, Anaya. The Chancellor sent me to get you. They want to talk to you about something. They've made an entire spread of dishes for us. I'm just getting used to human food, but so far everything they've cooked is delicious.
She took another bite of the food she was eating. It sounded as if she was right next to my ear with her loud crunching. I flipped over onto my back and tossed the pillow I was holding over the side of the bed. My vision was still blurry, and I was lightheaded. It didn't seem as though I was adjusting to the air here at all. As I wiped my eyes and yawned, Asani flopped on top of me.
Oof,
I exclaimed.
I heard you got the privilege of going to the Chancellor's room last night. How was it? How many guys were there?
She was chewing inches from my face with a kindly smile. If you don't get off me, Asani. I shoved her to the side and sat up. She ripped the sheets off me and threw them onto the floor.
Why are you dressed?
She asked. I gave her a puzzled look. What do you mean? I'm in a nightgown. She finished her bar and stood from the bed.
Yeah, you're dressed. Why are you wearing clothes to bed?
I didn't even want her to elaborate on what she meant by wearing clothes to bed. On my world, we wear pajamas to sleep. It's just one of our customs, I explained.
Oh, well, everyone is waiting for you in the dining room. After we eat, the Chancellor is going to take my mate and me into her chambers and explain the rules and laws of their city. She's particularly curious about your world, Anaya. That's all they keep talking about. She knelt, picked up the pillow off the floor, and threw it back onto the bed.
I stretched my arms into the air and yawned, then realized what Asani just said.
I'll see you down there, she said.
I ran over to the door before she could leave and blocked her path.
What are you doing?
She asked. Did you just say you're going to the Chancellor's chambers after breakfast?
Yes.
She looked at me, puzzled.
You're such a strange alien.
She tried to move me away from the door, but I blocked her with my arms.
Why are you stopping me from leaving? Get out of the way.
I put my hands on her shoulders. Listen to me, Asani. You're too young to go to her chambers. You have no idea what's waiting for you there.
What are you talking about? The Chancellor said it's a rite of passage.
I know you may think you have to do this, but I don't think you understand what waits for you in her bedroom. She burst out laughing and removed my hands from her shoulders.
Is that what you're worried about? You just keep getting more and more strange. Bokai and I have already made it. We are compelled to mate at a young age in the city of Momaok. It's the way of the vampire. Anyway, I'm 17 years old now, and by the shocked look in your eyes, I can tell I know more about this subject than you do.
My gaze never left her as I stepped out of her way.
If you're going to live here, you have much to learn.
She patted my shoulder and left the room. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. I kept hearing this way of the vampire or whatever from everyone. If the humans here were like that, I could only imagine what it would be like in one of these vampire cities. Worse yet, what of Sylas? It had been 50 years since he was banished here. If vampires and humans alike were raving sex addicts, then he'd probably fallen prey to one of the beautiful women here. Fucking hell! I had to find him and pray he hadn't fallen in love with someone else. I'd utterly die if that were the case. I went to the closet to find some clothes to wear. Each item of clothing looked the same, but in widely different colors. An entire closet full of long-sleeved one-piece dresses that were almost transparent. These dresses looked more like nightgowns than regular plain clothes. A few of them had short skirts, yet they were still long-sleeved. The material felt like polyester, but was a lot smoother and light to the touch. I took a black dress off the hanger and tossed it on the bed.
Black seemed to be the less see-through of the choices. I removed my pajamas and wrapped myself in a towel. I was sure they wouldn't mind if I took a quick shower before breakfast. After I made sure the door to my room was locked, I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. "What have you gotten yourself into, Anaya?" I said to myself. I sighed and pulled the shower curtain back. What awaited me on the other side of the curtain floored me. My heart dropped into my gut. "Holy shit!" I screamed and fell back onto the floor. One of the men from last night's sex adventure was hiding in the bathtub, waiting for me. He was entirely nude with his red and black tattoos, long white hair, muscled figure, and gray eyes. I made sure my towel was snug around my body so I didn't reveal anything to this trespasser. "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I shouted.
"Finishing what we began last night."
His voice was soothing and mystic. He stepped out of the tub and slowly advanced toward me. Swiftly, I jumped to my feet and backed away to the entrance of the bathroom.
"Why are you frightened? Does my body not entice you?"
he asked seductively. These people were insane. "Please, just leave," I demanded.
"I can't. Not without finishing what we began in the Chancellor's chambers."
"Nothing began between us. Please, I'm asking you to leave." My voice was desperate. He walked up to me and took hold of my hand.
"I am a Hukunwe. My only function in life is to give women pleasure. Men like me take the duties of an Hukunwe quite seriously. You must submit,"
he said. He ran my hand down his chest and abs, lower and lower, until I almost touched his growing erection. I snatched my hand away and took a step back. "So you're saying that you're a sex slave?" I asked.
"Slavery stipulates involuntary servitude. My position is purely voluntary. I consider it an honor to be an Hukunwe, just as you should consider it an honor to be served by one."
He went in to kiss me, but I pushed his face away. "I'm not from this world. You can't just come in here and—" "Shh." He placed his finger over my lips.
"Shed your barriers and submit to me,"
he whispered. Once again, I was semi-hypnotized by the sweet smell exuding from his body. I had to snap out of it. "I told you last night. I'm cursed. We can't," I began to say before he inserted his finger into my mouth.
"Seraphs do not curse. They are the life givers, the love and purity in this world. I don't believe your cursed story at all."
My towel fell to the floor, and he pressed his body against mine. His semi-erect cock rubbed against my belly.
"Don't you want to experience otherworldly pleasure? Don't you wish to feel my manhood throbbing inside of you? My tongue twirling around your nipples and breasts? My hands squeezing your soft round backside? Don't you?"
I removed his hand from my face and stared into his eyes. "No, I don't. Please leave," I stuttered. His brow wrinkled as anger and disappointment filled his eyes.
"Fine. I was hoping you would just consent, but I see you wish for this to be hard."
He grabbed me by the shoulders.
"If you won't give me what I want, then I will simply take it."
He then wrestled me out of the bathroom and threw me onto the bed. His cock was fully erect, and the excitement in his eyes frightened me. I couldn't believe what was happening. I hadn't traveled all this way to be raped. I rolled off the bed and covered myself with the sheets. "Stay the hell away from me!" I screamed. He smiled.
"One thing you will learn soon enough, Anaya, is that you never say no to an Hukunwe.
The man dived over the bed and grabbed me. I couldn't move back fast enough before he gripped hold of my arms. With his brute strength, he pulled me back onto the bed and slammed me down.
You're going to take every inch of me, and you're going to love it.
The sound of his voice made my hair stand on end. It was almost as if he'd transformed into a different person. "Help! Someone help me!" I yelled as loud as I could.
They can't hear you. These walls are soundproof. It's needed for someone who has as much sex as our chancellor,
he confessed. I fought and fought, but it was of no use. He was just too strong. Forcing my legs open, he held me down and gazed at my body.
Your beautiful brown skin looks so delicious. I'm going to enjoy getting you pregnant.
He took a mouthful of my boob into his mouth and sucked hard. My mind was racing when I suddenly felt something growing inside me. It was an overwhelming power boiling deep within, begging to be unleashed. I didn't know how, but it was there. My body started to radiate the same golden glow as the Seraph. I felt it pushing out of me like a deadly volcano, ready to erupt. Get off me! My voice echoed unlike anything I'd ever heard or said before. It was as if I actually were an alien. The force of the power within me exploded outward, launching the would-be rapist into the air, sending him crashing through the ceiling and several other layers of brick and wood until he flew through the sky and into the clouds. I was hovering just above the bed, glowing radiantly. What the hell was this? "It has begun," hissed a voice in the back of my mind. That couldn't have been anyone other than Apep. I'd recognize that slimy bastard anywhere. My glow soon faded, and I fell to the bed. My head was spinning out of control. I closed my eyes, hoping the pounding would go away. What was happening to me? I was a human woman. No human had this type of power. What I'd just done was impossible. I tried to sit up, but the aching in my head wouldn't allow it. "Hey, Anaya, are you all right in there? We heard an explosion," said Asani. I couldn't respond. The pain was unbearable. As I gazed through the gaping hole I'd created in the ceiling, I saw a blinding light descend upon me. It cut through the red sky like oil through water. The light was coming for me. All I could do was lie there and allow it to take me. I was at its mercy, and resistance wasn't an option. I would surrender to whatever was coming for me. The pain subsided as the light engulfed me. Through the air, I ascended, as if a soul destined for heaven. Whatever was taking me, I could only hope it was Sylas. Please let it be him who had found me. I closed my eyes and hoped it wasn't Apep who had come to claim my soul. That was all I could do, as I was rendered powerless by this light. The red sky appeared to have vanished and was soon replaced by shining white and gold clouds. Peace overcame me, and I welcomed sleep. Please let this be Sylas. Please. Chapter 14. While the pain in my head was gone, I still felt a little groggy. I opened my eyes and looked around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I was in the middle of a forest, much like the one I'd landed in when I first got here. The air wasn't as thin, but it still lacked the density I was used to on my homeworld. I couldn't begin to make sense of it. Sylas was nowhere to be found, and I didn't sense Apep either. I stood and gazed at the sky and the various white and orange trees that surrounded me. No one was in sight. It seemed as if each forest on this world had its own color. Since these vampires could survive in sunlight, I was nothing more than a sitting duck waiting to be roasted and eaten. Little by little, I tiptoed through the forest, careful not to make a sound. There was no telling what creatures were waiting for me in these bushes and trees. The power that had exploded from me was inexplicable. I wasn't in awe as much as I was scared. Perhaps Sylas's energy had rubbed off on me somehow, and only in moments of high stress could I unleash it. Or maybe I was endowed with superpowers on this world, as Superman was on Earth. Maybe their sun was giving me powers or something. No, that couldn't be it. I was rationalizing because my logical mind couldn't explain what the hell was going on. A human. I heard sniffing sounds. Why would a human be lurking in the depths of a forest controlled by vampires? A young voice said. It felt as if my heart stopped. Where the hell was I? I couldn't be back where I'd started. Why would someone throw me back into the heart of Vampyre land? I looked side to side, up and down frantically, trying to find the source of the voice. I haven't tasted real human blood since I was an infant, the voice said. Shit, I was fucked. Please, stay away from me, I pleaded. This had to be Upep's doing. Who else would toss me to the wolves to be slaughtered? And no matter where I looked, I couldn't find the person that voice was coming from. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt much, the voice said. Screw you! I yelled before running as fast as I could, but it was futile. I'd gotten 10 steps before a little girl with dark green hair leaped from one of the trees and landed on my back. I felt her fangs touch the skin on my neck as I spun around, trying to shake her off. Still, it was no use. The girl sank her fangs into me as I fell to the ground. My blood was leaving me, and my entire body weakened. I'd come so far, only to die here alone in the woods on an alien world, to become supper to some adolescent vampire. I was unable to do anything else but lie on the ground, when suddenly, the girl stopped. Anaya! You're Anaya! She shouted. She jumped from my back and helped me to my feet. I was woozy, and I couldn't walk straight. I'm so sorry, Anaya. I had no idea it was you. Please forgive me, she said. For the life of me, I couldn't understand how this girl knew who I was. She'd taken so much of my blood that my limbs felt tingly. Unable to walk, I flopped to the ground and started to crawl. Please just get away from me, I begged. She knelt and hoisted me over her shoulders. I said I'm sorry. I never in a million years thought I'd run into you. How are you here? Did you come here with Sylas? If you didn't, he's gonna be so happy when he finds out that you're here. With that, she had my full attention. How do you know Sylas? I asked muzzily. She ran toward a large green tree and tossed me to the ground. I couldn't tell if my mind was playing tricks on me or if this girl had magical powers, but she kept appearing and reappearing every few seconds. I'd blink, and she'd vanished. I blinked again, and she was right in front of me. Here, drink this. She handed me a large leaf full of sweet-smelling blue nectar. It'll make you well again, she said. I pushed it down and tried to crawl away from her. Trusting someone who'd just attempted to kill me was the last thing I was going to do. Stop being stubborn, Anaya. Drink it, she demanded. She jumped on top of me and pinned my arms down with her knees. Using her index finger, she pried my mouth open and poured the nectar inside. She held my chin and emptied the entire leaf into my mouth. Don't worry, it'll give you your strength back, she insisted. Given no other choice, I gulped it down. It tasted just as sweet as it smelled. All I could do was hope it wasn't poison. The girl climbed off me and squatted by my side. Are you feeling better? She asked. I coughed and sat up. My heart was thumping faster than it ever had, and my hands were shaking. This little brat almost killed me. I held my hands out and scooted away from her, digging my toes into the ground. Look, just keep your fucking distance, you bloodsucker, I cried out. She stood up and took a few steps back. How many times do I have to say I'm sorry? I didn't know it was you. I got a good 5 feet away from her, then found myself sitting in a ditch full of thick gray mud. Damn it, I said, while shaking the mud off my hands. I was still naked after that damned Kunwe tried to rape me, and whatever force brought me here didn't happen to toss any clothes out along with me. I stood and wiped the mud from my backside and legs. There's a pond over there if you want to wash that stuff off, the girl said. I gave her a suspicious glare. I was so angry and panicked that I hadn't noticed my energy had returned. I felt my neck, and the wound was gone. What the hell was in the stuff she gave me? She came to me again, and I flinched. I promise I won't hurt you. I swear on the gods. I took another few steps back and flicked the mud on my hands at her face. It landed right on her forehead. Served her right. Point me in the direction of the pond, I said. She wiped the mud away and smiled. I suppose I deserved that. Within a flash, she grabbed my wrist and whisked me away. My feet barely touched the ground as she ran faster than anything I'd ever seen. She stopped abruptly and gave me whiplash in the process. It made me want to vomit. I looked at my wrist where she'd grabbed me, and a red handprint circled it. I fell to my knees and began to cough. Oh, I'm sorry, Anaya. I forgot you're not as strong as a vampire. I'll be more careful next time. My fear overwhelmed my anger at that point. I was beginning to think this careless little brat was trying to kill me. There's the pond. Come on. Again, she hoisted me over her shoulder, and then she took me to the pond and slowly laid me down. The water was glowing red and warm to the touch. With ease, it washed away the mud and dirt from my body. Tiny translucent fish swarmed around me and began to nibble at my skin. It felt amazing, as if they were massaging my pores. I looked up and saw the girl had shed her clothes and joined me in the pond. I swam to the opposite end to create as much distance from her as I possibly could. I still didn't trust her. I can't believe you're here. How did you get here anyway? Sylas has been tormenting himself over you for decades. She ran her arms through the water, and the fish followed her every move. I dipped my hair into the water and washed my face. It sounded as if this girl knew Sylas personally. If that was the case, they'd know where to find him. I hoped it was, because I needed to get the hell off this planet as soon as possible. You're just as pretty as he described you. How did you... Wait. I cut her off. I need to ask you a few questions. First off, how do you know who I am? And how do you know Sylas? She smiled and swam over to me. Don't get too close, I warned. I swore on the gods that I wouldn't harm you again. I didn't know it was you, okay? She sighed. My name is Alishani. After tasting your blood, I was able to see your thoughts and memories. That's how I figured out who you were. I saw Sylas earlier today. He put me to sleep when I was hounding him about finding me a mate. He can be so harsh at times. But anyway, how did you get here? And how long have you been here? I can't wait to see the look on Sylas's face when he sees you. Now that he has you back, he'll hasten his promise to find me a mate, she explained. My heart jumped into my throat. If she'd seen Sylas earlier today, then that could only mean I was jettisoned across an entire city-state. Who or what the hell was it that brought me here? Perhaps I subconsciously did it all myself. Something about what the Rule of Three said about their plans for me on a cosmic scale was resonating. The light and power that exploded from my body were unreal and unfathomable. I wasn't sure if I had supernatural powers or not. So, how did you get here? Did you follow the Seraph here too? If you did, then why haven't you gone to him? He told me he's been here for 50 years. It's strange because you don't look all that old. Do humans on your world age like vampires? Her questions were coming a mile a minute. She seemed hyperactive. Were all vampires like that? The fish scattered and swam to the bottom of the pond. I looked at my skin, and it was clean and smooth. This water felt so refreshing. "It looks like the fish are full," she said. "Yeah, I guess so." She swam next to me and placed her hand on my shoulder. I froze. If she was planning to bite me again, I needed to be ready. I locked eyes with her and grabbed a piece of wood from the root of a tree at the edge of the pond. "I'm not going to bite you again, Anaya. I can hear your thoughts. You have nothing to worry about," she said. My eyes shot open wide and my jaw dropped. How in the world could she hear my thoughts? She laughed and began to rub my shoulder. "When vampires taste blood, they develop a connection with the person they drink from. We call it mind thought. But you don't have to worry. It's only temporary." I pulled away. "Wait a second. If you can read my thoughts, then why are you asking me all these questions? You should already know." She gave me a shy expression. "Well, I was just trying to lighten the mood. I thought if we talked and you told me about yourself, you'd stop being so afraid of me." I rolled my eyes. "You just tried to kill me." "Yeah, so much for first impressions, right?" she joked. I, however, wasn't at all amused. I tossed her hand off me and put a little more distance between us. Then I realized that I'd heard her name before. "Hey, you said your name was Alishani, didn't you?" She splashed her face with water. "Yes, why?" "Do you know a girl who goes by the name of Koira?" In the moment it took me to blink, she leaped into the air and latched onto me. Her body was pressed against mine as she hugged my shoulders tightly. She had an exuberant expression on her face, and her body was shaking. The fear in my heart intensified as I thought she would finish me off right then. "You know Koira? Where is she? Is she with Grigoi? Where are they?" With each question, she shook my body back and forth like an excited, overly hyperactive teenager. Her eyes began to glow gold, and her fangs extended. "They're in the human city! They're humans now!" I shouted in a panic, hoping she wouldn't dig those fangs into me again. "Human? How are they human? She mated with Grigoi, didn't she? I knew it!" She wrapped her legs around me and pulled me closer. I tried to push away, but her strength was unquestionably more than I could handle. "We need to find Sylas. I need a mate," she exclaimed. By the look of her young face, I could tell she was probably fighting off raging hormones, if these vampires even went through such a thing. "Yes, you're right, Anaya. I'm going through the tree vamp, or what you humans call puberty. I need a mate before I lose control. My tree vamp is the reason Sylas put me to sleep." She hugged me tighter. "Oh, Lashani, you're crushing my bones," I gasped. "Oh, I'm sorry. My impulses are difficult to control sometimes." She released me and swam to the center of the pond. I breathed deeply in relief. I thought she was going to squeeze the life out of me. "Why'd you feel the need to bear hug the breath out of me?" I looked down at my arms and found bruises. "I just told you I'm going through the tree vamp. It's difficult to control this urge in me that's fighting to be released," she confessed. I didn't even want to know what her urge was. However, if she was planning to lead me to Sylas, I'd have to tolerate her for a while longer. I flexed my arms to get the blood circulation she'd cut off to flow again. These vampires were even more eccentric than the humans in this world. "Well, Anaya," she smiled, "since your skin is clean, how about we go and find Sylas? He has to be around here somewhere. I'm sure he didn't go back to the governor's mansion." "Are you being serious?" I asked doubtfully. Even though my heart jumped at the thought of seeing him again, I was still apprehensive about trusting her. "Yes, I'm serious. You are now my key to finding a mate. The sadness that clouds the Seraph will wash away the second he sees you. Now come, let's get going." With her advanced speed, she flew toward me, grabbed my arm, and yanked me out of the pond. This impulsive little girl damn near dislocated my shoulder in the process. "I'm sure I can pick up his scent." She sniffed the air. I flopped onto the ground and nursed my shoulder. "Could you be a little gentler with me, please? You might end up killing me by accident." She turned to me and helped me to my feet. "Sorry about that. I'm not used to handling humans." She knelt in front of me. "Hop on my back. I can run very fast." I looked down at my body, and once again, I was covered in dirt. "Come on, let's go," she said impatiently. I let out an exhausted sigh. "Do you plan on running through the forest naked in broad daylight?" She stood up and gazed at me strangely. "Oh yeah." With super speed, she gathered the nightgown she'd been wearing and put it back on, despite that she was still soaking wet. "Where are your clothes, by the way? I'm unable to see any memories of yours within the last few hours of our meeting. There's like a dark cloud in your mind that's preventing me from accessing what's happened to you." To tell you the truth, I don't know what happened. I was being attacked, and the next thing I knew, I was flying through the air, engulfed in a bright golden light. I landed here unharmed and without clothes. "Do you have any clothes I can borrow?" She raised her arms above her head and spun around in place, creating a whirlwind of leaves, dust, and mud. I fell on my backside and shielded my face from the brunt of it with my arms. A majority of the dirt she was kicking up splashed all over me. She then stopped and shook herself off. "I'll try," she said cheerfully. I, however, was in worse shape than before. Covered in mud and leaves, I got back on my feet and stared at her. She looked back at me and gaped, placing her hand over her mouth. "Oops, I'm sorry, Anaya." With gritted teeth, I tried to keep my composure. "Do you have any clothes I can borrow?" I asked again. I'd known this girl for less than an hour, and she was already driving me nuts. "Do you want to go back into the pond?" she asked apologetically. I put on a fake smile and turned my back on her to face the pond. "Doesn't look like I have a choice," I said sarcastically. I took a step forward, but Alishani jumped in front of me. "My house isn't far from here. I'll bring you some of my clothes. They look like they'll fit you. I'll be right back, so don't go anywhere." She hugged me. "I'm so lucky I found you." I nodded without saying a word. All I wanted was to be alone for a moment so I could wash this dirt off me. Smiling, she kissed my cheek and ran off, disappearing into the forest. I looked around and didn't see or hear anyone around me. Finally, some peace. That girl must have driven Sylas insane since he'd been here. She was already irking me with her overzealous brashness. Despite that, I was glad I'd run into her. This Alishani was my key to seeing Sylas again. After what she'd told me, it seemed as if he hadn't forgotten about me. That was a blessing in itself. I entered the pond, and the fish rushed toward me again to nibble on my skin. The dirt and mud faded away as the fish illuminated the pond with the brightest blue and white colors. I wished we had these fish in my world. They'd be a godsend. Once they had their fill, the fish swam back down to the bottom of the water while I rested my arms on the roots of the tree that surrounded the pond. For once, I could relax without having to worry about someone or something trying to kill me. I closed my eyes and allowed my mind to fill with thoughts of Sylas. As long as the rule of 3 or a pep didn't interfere with us coming together again, the hole in my heart would heal. I just hoped this vampire girl was honest in her intentions.
Sylas. Chapter 15. Sylas, what's it gonna be? Hissed a Pep. The portal reopened, and I saw Anaya standing on the ledge of her apartment building, 50 feet in the air.
The only way I can see Sylas is if I enter the afterlife. And this is the only way to get there.
she cried. "No!" I called out. "Anaya, stop it!"
She can't hear you, Seraph. Take my deal and go to her. Save her.
He grinned. The look on his face told me something I'd known all along. This had to be an illusion. I knew Anaya, and she would never risk her life for the uncertain chance of seeing me again. She was logical and smart. This demon of chaos was taking advantage of my desire. He would pay the price for it.
She's about to jump, Seraph. She's going to die.
His smirk widened. I slapped his hand away and encapsulated him in a cocoon of energy. "Do you think me naive, Apophis? I see right through you," I shouted. I lifted my arm, and along with it the ball of energy I'd trapped him in. He knew as well as I did where he was going. I'd had enough of his foolishness and trickery. "Wait, you can't do this," he yelled. "The hell I can't." I summoned energy into the palm of my hand and was about to blast this creature of chaos into the edge of the expansion of the universe when I heard a familiar voice calling to me. Apep and I both turned to see who it was. He hissed as a shocked expression covered his face. The beast transformed back into a serpent and slithered frantically from the sphere I held him in.
This can't be. This can't be,
he bellowed. "What can't be?" I asked. In the distance, I saw Alishani running toward me at the pace of a human, not her vampire speed. Great. That was all I needed. The people of this world weren't supposed to know of Apep's existence. "Stay back, Alishani. What I'm doing here isn't meant for—" I paused before I could finish my sentence, locking eyes with the woman Alishani was carrying on her back. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. "Is this another one of your tricks, Apophis?" I decreased the size of the sphere to give him as little space to slither as possible. "Damn it. It wasn't supposed to be this way. How could she have survived this long?" he wailed. "What are you talking about? Explain yourself." My patience had almost depleted.
"Sylas, I'm here,"
called the woman on Alishani's back. I couldn't believe it. It was Anaya. I rubbed my eyes to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating. As she jumped off Alishani's back and ran toward me, I dropped both my arms to my sides. The energy sphere fell to the ground and exploded with Apep inside. "Ah!" Apep howled in pain. My heart felt as if it had exploded, just as the sphere had.
"Sylas, it's you! It's really you!"
cried Anaya. I dropped to my knees as she leaped into me, causing me to fall flat on the ground. Without hesitating, she covered me in kisses and wrapped her arms around me. So warm and soft. I was reborn. "Anaya, how did you get here? How are you here right now?" I asked between kisses. This was a miracle. She felt real. She smelled real. Everything about her was real.
"Sylas, oh my God, Sylas, you have no idea what I've been through. It's been one disconcerting encounter after another."
Tears from her watery eyes fell onto my face. She was out of breath, and her skin was turning blue. How she was able to survive in this planet's atmosphere dumbfounded me. I waved my hand across her face. "Breathe, love. Just breathe slowly," I whispered. I allowed my energy to consume her and breathe air into her lungs and bloodstream. "That's it, Anaya. Slowly. Easy." She inhaled sharply and let the air enter her body. "Thank you, Sylas. Whatever you just did, thank you. I've been suffocating the entire time I've been here." I grabbed the nape of her neck and pulled her in for a kiss. Our tongues locked as we gently caressed each other's taste buds. And oh, how sweet she tasted. I ran my fingers through her hair as she rose and gazed at me. The smell of her drove me to the point of sensual insanity. I was never letting her get away from me ever again.
I'm so sorry, Sylas. I've done something terrible.
She kissed my forehead. Nothing you could do would warrant forgiveness on my part. I'll love you through whatever terrible deed you've done. She cried tears of bliss.
Do you really mean that?
With all of my seraphic being, I assured her. Laughing, she wiped away the tears.
I don't even know how to say this.
I wiped a tear from her face with my thumb. It's okay, love. Just tell me.
Well, I kind of made a deal with Apep. That's how I got here. He approached me in my hotel room and said I'd be able to see you again if I did him a favor. But I had no idea this world was full of vampires. The bastard tricked me, and I am not his slave, she exclaimed.
My eyes widened, and I could feel them emitting my seraphim energy. That deceitful little... Words couldn't describe how angry I was becoming. When did you get here, love? I tried to calm myself by focusing on her.
Yesterday. I haven't been here long. But you've been here 50 years. How could you have continued to love me for so long? Why haven't you forgotten about me? She asked. Insecurity and doubt laced her voice.
How could I not continue to love you? You have a piece of me. Here. I touched her bosom. And here. I caressed her head. She collapsed into my chest and kissed my neck. The feel of her soft body on mine was like paradise inside a world of turmoil. So, Apep is the reason you're here.
Yes. I know he's the Lord of Chaos, but I had to see you again. I wasn't going to be without you like last time. I did what I had to do. Can you forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. I promise you, I would have done the same thing. I embraced her tightly in my arms.
How is it that you've been here 50 years? Is that how long it takes someone to cross through dimensions? If that's the case, then all my family and friends are already gone. All I have is you, she said as her tears flowed.
I chuckled a bit. Don't worry, love. That isn't how it works. Time on this world passes by much faster than yours. Since you've been here, only seconds have elapsed in your reality. Everyone you love is still there, unchanged. They probably don't even know you're gone, I assured her. She wiped her tears again, and I felt her heart beating with jubilation.
But what if I don't want to go back? What if I want to stay here with you? She confessed.
You'd be willing to give all that up for me?
All that and more. You mean everything to me. Nothing else in my life matters. I know that now.
She kissed me furiously and dug her nails into my back. I knew this was forbidden, but I didn't care anymore. Anaya was mine, and I wasn't going to let her go. Ever.
You ruined everything, screamed Apep.
He was severely burned and covered in soot from the explosion. The Lord of Chaos had regressed to the size of a garter snake, weakened by what I'd done to him.
What the hell is that thing? Snakes can't talk, said Alashani, who was sitting on the ground a few feet away from us. This is your fault, child. You brought her here. You ruined my plans. His eyes illuminated green. This you will pay for. He slithered toward her as fast as he could, but to the shock of both Anaya and me, Alashani picked him up and held him close to her eyes. Put me down, you foolish child. I am Apophis, the Lord of Chaos. You will pay for... Before he could utter another word, Alashani sank her fangs into him and drank.
A tremor of disbelief shot up my spine as Alishani sucked Apep dry within seconds.
Gross! That snake tastes like a burnt piece of wood, she said, before tossing what remained of him to the ground. Anaya and I gazed at each other for a moment, and then at her. How is that possible? Stuttered Anaya. She killed him. We both sat up and crawled over to the remains of Apep. I scooped him up in my hand and surveyed what remained before he crumbled into dust. What was that thing? He tasted awful, Alishani said. I dusted my hands off and started to laugh hysterically. Do you have any idea what you've done? No. Was it bad? She asked. Why did you do that? Asked Anaya, still in shock. Because he threatened me. He said I would pay for this, but I didn't even do anything. I didn't even know what he was. Besides that, I hate snakes. I supposed it was better this way. Apep wasn't known on this world, and with him gone, no further questions needed to be answered. How is it possible for him to die? I thought he was a god, said Anaya. He's not dead, I smiled. He'll manifest back in the Omni's universe. I didn't realize I'd used that much of my energy when I allowed the sphere to explode. I took Anaya in my arms. Now that I have you back, that beast is the least of my worries. Come, I'll take you to my place. I wrapped Anaya in my arms as my body shot rays of golden light in all directions. I began to ascend into the sky, but then Alishani grabbed my ankle and pulled me back down. What about my mate? Remember, you agreed to find me a mate if you got Anaya back. You can't just leave me here without fulfilling your promise, Seraph, she said. I placed both feet on the ground and stared at her. When I made that promise, I never thought I'd see Anaya again. I didn't want to make someone fall in love with her against their will. A connection must already be there for me to make the final push into passion between two lovers. I supposed I had no other choice. I set Anaya down and squatted in front of the young woman. Her eyes were glowing black with no pupils in sight. I gazed more in depth to ensure that I'd seen this correctly. It was then I knew. Alishani had inadvertently absorbed Apep's power. Are you feeling all right? I asked, concerned. Never better. Why? I ran my hand through her hair. Please lie down. Anaya hovered over us and saw what I had just seen. Is she going to be all right? Why do you two keep saying that? Was that snake venomous or something? Am I poisoned? Alishani looked anxious. You have nothing to worry about. Just lie back and close your eyes. I'm going to help you find a mate. I lied. The last thing I wanted her to do was worry. With her going through the tree vamp, she may go insane with Apep's power running through her. She closed her eyes as I slowly passed my hands over her body. I put her to sleep so she wouldn't be aware of the energy extraction. Stay back, Anaya. This could get a little chaotic, I warned. She stepped back a few feet. Be careful, Sylas. My seraphim power flowed through me, and I concentrated the bulk of it into my palms. The dark energy that was left from Apep consumed Alishani's entire body until she was immersed in a mist of black smoke. The wind blew in all directions, and the sky darkened like the depths of space. I shielded Anaya from the debris that kicked up all around us with a small invisible force field. The malevolence of this power was mind-boggling. Apep indeed was the antithesis to all that was the rule of three. I extracted the dark energy from Alishani and encapsulated it in a small oval of light. With my power holding the darkness at bay, the sky cleared and the wind died down. Are you all right? Asked Anaya
with worry in her tone. Yes, my love, I'm fine. I'll have to banish this into the next black hole I find. I opened a portal where I would store the energy until I was able to get rid of it. That was when I heard a voice in the back of my head. "Oh shit!" I shouted. Anaya looked around, frenzied. "What? What's wrong?" I knew those voices. They were coming. Why did they have to come now? This wasn't going to happen to me a second time. I wouldn't allow it. I hung my head low. "Tell me what's wrong." She grabbed my hand. "They're coming." "Who? What's going on?" "The rule of 3. They're coming." I heard them in my mind. Depression overcame me. "How the hell do they know?" I couldn't ignore the anger in her voice. "Apep, he manifested in the Omni's universe and told them you were here. That bastard." I growled. Anaya embraced me, and I dropped the oval to the ground. "I fucking refuse to let this happen again. They're not going to take you away from me. I don't care what I have to do," she cried out. I gazed at the oval, and a single thought ran through my mind. An idea that had suddenly popped into my brain was the only solution I could come up with. It was our only way out. "Anaya." I gripped her by the shoulders and looked deep into her watery eyes. "There's a way for us to escape them, but you have to be willing to risk everything," I warned. "I've already risked everything. Just tell me what I have to do." "How much do you love me?" I asked passionately. "Mind, body, and soul. All of it, Sylas." "Then listen to me. I can use Apep's energy to open a portal to my home world, a Seraphelic. I'll only do it if you're willing," I said hastily. "But how do you know we'll be safe there?" Her tears were flowing. "I'm the supreme being on that world. Only Seraphim can enter. Do you trust me?" It began to rain, and the wind blew all around us. The vampire and the human were close. I could feel them. She knelt, picked up the oval of energy, and handed it to me. "I'll follow you to hell if need be. Do it, Sylas. Get us out of here," she shouted through the wind. We looked up and saw a portal manifesting above us. With no time left, I threw the oval straight ahead of us and blasted it open. The two powers collided, creating a portal. "We are the rule of 3. The voices of my companions were above us, and they were getting closer. Without a second to spare, Anaya jumped onto my back, and into the portal we flew. "Seraph, don't do this!" shouted the vampire. But it was too late. The light from the portal engulfed us, and into the path of my world we descended. I'd broken so many rules to be with this woman. I knew what I was doing was wrong, but my heart left me with no other choice. Anaya was a descendant of a chosen from a different world, which made the seriousness of my crime of falling in love with her that much more severe. But what could I do? I loved her. She was mine, and I wasn't giving her up. We entered the space of my universe, and in clear view, we saw the divine omnipotence of my planet. I hadn't been here in close to 1,000 years, but it still was just as radiant as I remembered. My two guardians appeared before us, one shining white, and the other in magnificent blue. Embla and Eve, my finest protectors. "Welcome home, my lord. It's been a long time," they said in unison. Anaya clung onto me as we passed through the gate they guarded. We'd be safe here for the time being. My sins and transgressions had multiplied since the time of my atonement, but I couldn't say I was lost as long as I was with her. She was my beacon in the anarchy that had become my existence, and that I welcomed. The light of my planet illuminated our souls. Love, joy, and peace filled every atom of our beings.
I'd missed this feeling. I love you, Sylas. With everything that I am, I love you, she cried blissfully.
I love you too. Thank you for trusting me.
I returned to her affection. I left everything in the past as we drew nearer to the planet. I would show her the wonders of my world. Here, we would start anew. My only hope was that the Omni would forgive me for what I'd done. The mother of all should know that I did it out of love. We entered the atmosphere of the planet, and the air filled our lungs. I felt at peace. All was serene. Anaya detached herself from my back, and we both glided downward, hand in hand. I've never felt anything like this before, she said.
I smiled. This is only the beginning, love. Only the beginning.